Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website, broomfield.org/live. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. If you would like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson. Here. Cohen.
Here.
Delgadillo.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jazerski. Leslie.
Here.
Lim.
Here.
Marsh Holshin. Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
We have a quorum. Okay, quorum is present. We have a few council members running late. Councilmember Schaff is joining us virtually this evening. Therefore, we will use the roll call vote throughout the meeting. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. The first item under petitions and communications this evening is a proclamation declaring June 2nd, 2023 as the 5th annual Gun Violence Prevention Day in Broomfield. Will the Public Health and Broomfield Police Department staff here to accept the proclamation please come to the podium and meet Councilmember Leslie. This proclamation states that protecting public safety is Broomfield's highest priority. And when elected officials, law enforcement, and local government work together with residents, there is a collaborative effort in keeping everyone safe. Addressing gun violence requires a comprehensive approach, including data tracking, research, community outreach, and resources to expand mental health services. Broomfield commits to educating residents on safe storage of firearms and joins communities across the nation in recognizing National Gun Violence Awareness Month. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim June 2nd, 2023 as Gun Violence Prevention Day in Broomfield and invite all residents to use this day to raise awareness and increase understanding about gun violence in the community. Would the representatives please like to introduce themselves? I skipped over that, Director Volin.
I'm Sarah Mock, also with Public Health.
Well, thank you all for being here. We are taking public comment on everything on the agenda. So if anyone would like to speak on this item, now would be the time. Just come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Leslie O'Brien, and I am a resident of Broomfield, 80023 in the Broadlands. Thank you for having the, anyways, this just makes my heart so happy. As an advocate and for gun violence prevention, I know how much council has done and worked tirelessly on the ordinances that you put forth. I know that it's something that the state got some right and some not right, but we just keep pushing forward. So we're really thankful for all that you do to protect our community and keep our families safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roxy Julia Lockmore. Prevention is a good thing. The only thing is that people need to be taught right from wrong to start with. So even not being taught right from wrong makes you have a mental problem to start with. So a lot of children today still need to be taught right from wrong. Start with the basics before you go ahead and destroy everybody else's life.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, well then, questions and comments from council are next. Would anybody like to make any remarks on this proclamation? Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for speaking tonight. And thank you so much for recognizing this, as a public health issue. And I just really appreciate all of your work. And I really want to advise everyone who wants to buy a gun, own a gun, use a gun, to make sure that it's stored safely and that you take classes in order to know how to use it and to protect others from it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Director Volling, would you like to say anything? Nope, no pressure. Okay, well, thank you all for joining us this evening and in your efforts to keep our community safe. Next, under tonight's petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring June 2023 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Broomfield. Will the representatives here to accept the proclamation please come and meet Councilmember Ward at the podium. Welcome, and please introduce yourselves.
Good evening. My name is Christian Van Woudenberg. I am the president of PFLAG Broomfield.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Bender. I am the secretary of PFLAG Broomfield.
Good evening. I'm Chris Cleary. I'm the treasurer of PFLAG Broomfield.
Thank you all for being here. This proclamation states that the city and county of Broomfield recognizes the importance of equity and freedom and remains dedicated to fostering inclusion of all of its residents and preventing discrimination and bullying based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and family makeup. Broomfield is strengthened by and thrives upon the rich diversity of its residents, all of which contribute to the vibrant character and integrity of our city. It is imperative that all people in the community, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity, feel valued, physically and psychologically safe, empowered, and supported by their peers, educators, and community leaders. Broomfield has made a commitment to advancing the equitable treatment of all residents as a welcoming community and recognizes the importance of upholding the truth that LGBTQIA+ rights are human rights. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim June 2023 as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in the city and county of Broomfield, and urge residents to recognize the contributions made by members of the LGBTQIA+ community and to actively promote the principles of equity and liberty. We'll now move to public comment, starting with in-person. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, now is the time.
Thank you so much. Again, Christian Van Woudenberg, President, PFLAG Broomfield. I wanted to come before you today in joyous celebration of Pride Month. I really did. I even wore my pink chucks. The problem is that across Colorado, the United States, and the world, we are under attack. The police raid and subsequent uprising at the Stonewall Inn in New York City, starting on June 28, 1969, was a catalyst for the LGBTQ+ rights movement in America. And sadly, we once again face a similar situation. Members of the LGBTQ+ community are under threat of discrimination, physical violence, and the denial of basic human rights. The Declaration of Independence tells us that we all possess the fundamental right to the pursuit of happiness. Pride Month exists not only as a celebration of the diversity and joy of the LGBTQ+ community, but to honor its history, resilience, and tireless dedication of activists, advocates, and allies who strive to make this more of an inclusive society. Mostly, and especially for PFLAG Broomfield, we just want queer kids to grow up to be happy, thriving adults. I want to thank the council for your recognition of Pride Month today and for your tireless dedication in supporting our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, just to state your name and neighborhood for the record.
Hello, my name is Drew Cleary. I am a Broomfield resident and I live in Lackamora. I am a non-binary teenager myself. So as a result, this is something that's very important to me, especially because just only around 2 years ago, we had our first Pride here in Broomfield. And to be honest, we could still increase visibility in some ways in our city, but we've definitely gotten better with that in the last 2 years. Also, it's especially important to acknowledge this, in this year specifically, when trans and queer rights are under attack all across the state, particularly trans rights too. Although, yes, everyone within that umbrella is being targeted. So thank you for making sure that, we matter and that we're seen, because, in the grand scheme of Broomfield history, this is, really important. And thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasper. I am Drew's twin sibling, so both of us are Lackamora residents. I myself also identify as queer, specifically as transmasculine, and most of the points about the status of queer rights today have already been covered by Drew. But what I wanted to add is that I remember when, before the first Pride happened in this city, how I had wanted to see visibility happen, and I'm glad to finally see it be acknowledged as the city is beginning to recognize the importance of protecting queer people and recognizing them as human and starting to increase visibility across the city. And I'm just very happy about this proclamation. So that is all of my comments.
Thank you so much.
Anne Marie Cleary, I'm crying because I'm the mom. And we love this city, and we work hard, really, really hard to make it the community we want it to be. And the cool thing about Broomfield is when it's not what we want it to be, we work harder to make it what we want it to be. And we're standing in this moment with this proclamation as one of those results, in the time that we've lived here. And I just want to thank council and the mayor and all of you, and most of all this community, with Moms Demand Action as well too. And just keep working, keep trying, keep doing what we're doing. And thank you for this. And it's important. Visibility is so important. When people say Broomfield's having a Pride, they're still surprised. And I hope to see all you guys there on June 3rd, and be sure to sign up for our motorcade. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barb Bender, PFLAG Secretary. I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'll get all emotional talking about it, but it is so important for everyone. And what you have done with the proclamation really helps to advance the PFLAG mission. And for those who aren't that familiar with PFLAG, our mission is to create a caring, just, affirming world for LGBTQIA+ people and those who love them. We have a vision of an equitable, inclusive world where every LGBTQIA+ person is safe, celebrated, empowered, and loved. So again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chris, PFLAG Treasurer. I wanted to leave us all with one note. There was a study that came out. Suicide rates are very high in teenage populations as it is. It's much, much higher within the LGBTQ+ community. And having one affirming adult in their life can reduce the chance of suicide by as much as 40%. So if you know anybody, reach out, make a difference. It could save a life. Visibility and acknowledgement, what you guys are doing here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here and thank you for the work you do. We can clap. Is there anyone else who would like to be heard on this before I go to council? All right, any council member comments? Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I spent probably at least a good 2 weeks trying to figure out what I wanted to say, and I could not, there were not words to describe how I feel about this. I grew up in Riverton, Wyoming, thought I was the only gay person in the town or even in the state. And that was very difficult, especially given the culture that exists and existed up in that state. When I lived there, I remember my freshman year, I went to school one day and I was made fun of for the way I looked at my fingernails once. And one of my classmates threatened to shoot me. And there wasn't anything I could do about it. I couldn't come out to anyone because honestly, coming out was scarier than death itself. Went to school the next day and nothing ever happened, but there was not a thing I could do about it. I couldn't tell my parents, I couldn't tell any school educators, and I had no friends I could tell because they too would also make fun of me for little tiny things. And I mean, even to this day, it's still very difficult to discuss that issue. So having this proclamation, just as an acknowledgement from city leaders, can begin a conversation at minimum to change some people's minds and hearts. So that way, kids like I was at 2010, 2011, freshmen in high school, don't feel alone and feel as if they can talk to someone when there are issues. Because violence among the LGBTQ+ community has always been high and is even higher now than in the past few years. And like the gentleman from PFLAG noted, suicide rates among LGBTQ+ teens are higher than any other, well, at least almost higher than any other teen group in the United States. And so I really appreciate the city and county of Broomfield for acknowledging this. So that way other kids are not in the same, but hopefully in the same boat that I was about 12 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've spoken to this a little bit before, but I grew up in a very strict Christian household and was taught a certain way. And I even wore the shirt, Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. I wore that in high school. And I have a lot of shame over that because it let other people know that I did not accept them. And I ended up asking for forgiveness all throughout college, reaching out to people that, did not feel accepted in high school. So I want to put out there that some people just need to learn, they need to understand and be exposed to people who are in the LGBTQ community. And I will say I am still a Christian. And I do not believe that it's a sin. God does not make mistakes. Furthermore, when I was a high school teacher, after I graduated college, I had told my class, I said, hey, I am LGBTQ friendly. And I just said it 1 or 2 times just to let the classes know that I was a safe person to go to. And this is in Alabama. In Alabama, it's quite tough down there. And one of my students was looking up on a computer, protection of LGBTQ, am I gay? She was looking up all of these things. And she almost kind of hinted like, look at what I'm looking up. And so we started a conversation and she broke out into tears because her parents were kicking her out of the house. She came out to her mother, who she thought was a safe person, but wasn't. And so we found her some safe haven for the evening, and her family members took her in. But this is very serious, and I really want to put it on people to know that it's actually very important to tell people that you are in their corner, you are in the LGBTQA corner, and that you have to be vocal about it, because if you're not, they might think that you're actually not a safe person. So I hear a lot of pushback from neighbors of mine who say, oh, I don't need to put it anywhere else. I don't need to tell anyone. You do, because you need to make sure that people in your family and your friends know that you're a safe person. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member comments? Well, I want to thank you all for being here to accept the proclamation and leave you with a number, 490. That's how many bills were introduced or passed to strip the equality and freedom away across the country from members of the LGBT community. We will be raising the inclusivity flag Thursday, June 1st at 10 a.m. The members of our community, we're not seeking praise. We're asking for protection from discriminatory laws. They're harmful. And I don't really know of another group that's being targeted with this much discriminatory legislation other than women and their reproductive freedom, but that's another story. But it is important to recognize Pride Month because representation matters, visibility matters. And that flag is a symbol of hope for so many of our community that are struggling, that things can and they will get better. So thank you all. Moving on. Next, under petitions and communications, this evening is a presentation on the 2023 One Book, One Broomfield program. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City Manager. My name is Catherine Steels and I'm a librarian at Broomfield Library. This evening, I'm very excited to announce the 2023 One Book, One Broomfield selection. The selected title for this year is Killers of the Flower Moon, The Osage Murders and the Birth of the FBI by David Grann. Killers of the Flower Moon recounts the sinister murders of Osage Nation members and the racial injustices they faced in American history. In the early 1900s, the Osage Nation was relegated to the rocky lands of northern Oklahoma. Oil was soon discovered under their land and quickly made members of the Osage Nation the richest people per capita in the world. However, Osage members soon were mysteriously missing or discovered murdered. Grann, in Killers of the Flower Moon, chronicles these murders with a focus on Molly Burkhart and her prominent Osage family, and the investigations led by former Texas Ranger Tom White. Grann not only compellingly revisits research from the original investigation, but also presents new evidence and a triumph of narrative nonfiction. The New York Times says this of the book: "It will sear your soul. Among the towering thefts and crimes visited upon the native peoples of the continent, What was done to the Osage must rank among the most depraved and ignoble. Killers of the Flower Moon was a finalist for the National Book Award, winner of the Edgar Allan Poe Award for True Crime, and named one of the best books of 2017 by the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, Los Angeles Times, Entertainment Weekly, Time, Amazon, and even more. Mr. Gran also released a Young Readers Edition, which is also available to check out from our library. Killers of the Flower Moon has been adapted into a major motion picture starring Leonardo DiCaprio and directed by Martin Scorsese. The film will be released in October of 2023. Mr. Gran is a #1 New York Times bestselling author and award-winning writer for the New Yorker magazine. In addition to the Killers of the Flower Moon, Gran is also the author of numerous nonfiction books, including The Wager, a tale of shipwreck, mutiny, and murder, which was just released this past April, and The Lost City of Z, a tale of deadly obsession in the Amazon. The author talk will occur on November 2nd at 7 p.m. and will be held in person at the Broomfield Auditorium. A book signing will take place after the event. Library programming staff are currently planning programs to host before the author event to support community conversations around this title. The community vote continues to be an excellent way to engage our community. 3 titles were presented, and Broomfield made it known that Killers of the Flower Moon was their top choice. It received nearly 60% of total votes. I would like to thank Mayor Castriata and Councilmember Schaaf, as well as the representatives from the Library Board, Broomfield Library Friends Foundation, and our community members who participated in this year's selection process as part of the One Book, One Broomfield Committee. The One Book program would not be possible without their numerous reading hours, thoughtful discussions, and dedication to bringing another great author and title to Broomfield. We are so excited about this title and are looking forward to Mr. Gran's author talk in November. Thank you, and at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gills. We'll take public comment. If anyone would like to speak on this, now's the time. All right, moving on to council. Councilmember Schaaf, you there?
I am.
Would you like to say anything?
Of course I would. Thanks for calling on me.
Of course.
So thank you to the library staff and to the committee of the One Book, One Broomfield for putting up some great titles, and thank you to the committee the community for voting on this title. I'm very excited about this book. This is one of those books that does chronicle a dark history in our nation. It talks about the murders of the Osage people, and they were murdered because of their ties to the land that they lived on, and that land was tied to the oil that was underneath. And so it is one of our dark pieces of history that we have in our country, but this book is so important for our community to read and to learn from. So I look forward to the community conversations around this book. I look forward to David Gran's talk in November.
Thank you. Me too. Anyone else? You guys haven't read it, but we have to read them. So I did read this book, and I am so excited. I can't believe we're actually getting this author to come to Broomfield. It's hard to read this book, but it's such an important story. It tells, the story of man's inhumanity to man, and it happens so much throughout our history, but the story needs to be told and it needs to be shared. And I'm so glad that we're going to be able to shine a light on some of this history. I don't want to give too much away, but definitely get a chance to get a copy of this book and make plans to attend the author talk. Thank you so much. Thank you to the whole One Book, One Broomfield committee. They are voracious readers. How big was the list to start with?
15 titles to start with.
So we start with 15 books and then we cull them down every month when we meet. And I just can't believe this one, it's a dream. So thank you for all your work, Catherine. And we look forward to the rest.
Me too. Thank you so much.
Okay. Next, under tonight's petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring July 31st, 2023 as Uweda Broomfield Friendship Day. Will staff and other representatives here to accept the proclamation please come and meet Councilmember Lim at the podium. Welcome to you all. If you would like to introduce yourselves, that would be wonderful.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm Helene Jewett. I live in the Anthem neighborhood.
Karen Stewart, Broomfield Mayor number 8, and the person who started One Book from Broomfield. I'm so glad it's continuing all these years, and it's a great choice. I've read that book. Thank you. I'm here for the Broomfield Sister Cities organization.
And Catherine Lineup, Director of Library, Arts, History, and Extension for City and County of Broomfield.
Well, thank you all for your work. And I'm just really excited about being able to reactivate our Sister Cities program with COVID in the rearview mirror. This proclamation states that Uweda, Japan and Broomfield, Colorado have been sister cities since May of 2000. Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Since that time, Uweda has sent 9 delegations to Broomfield and Broomfield has sent 8 delegations in return. The two cities hold a special friendship and offer each other support. The Sister Cities program's purpose is to provide opportunities to experience and explore other cultures through long-term community partnerships, including educational, cultural, municipal, and humanitarian assistance exchange programs that are mutually beneficial to our communities. Broomfield is sending 11 students and 4 chaperones on the 9th Sister Cities Exchange to Uweda, Japan, with a delegation arriving in Uweda on July 31st, 2023. The date makes sense now. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim July 31st, 2023 as Uweda Broomfield Friendship Day. Would you guys like to say anything else? Okay.
I'd like to say I'm super excited about this. When Catherine started working on it, to have us present this when we go to their mayor. It's anticipated. They put so much to the relationship on their side of the exchange. When we come there, we go there every odd year and they come here every even year. And of course that has taken a little hiatus since 2019, where we've done a lot of things virtually, but it's 23 years now that we've had this exchange, and we are excited about what we're doing in the future and how to engage more of the community and other potential sister cities. So we appreciate this. I'm excited. I actually am going to be a chaperone this year, which is sort of a culmination of, we've hosted several times when they've come to visit us. So it's going to be a very exciting trip. We're excited to give this sort of lifelong experience to the kids that want to go.
Yes, it's priceless. Thank you so much, Ms. Jewett.
All right, thanks.
No, I'm looking at you, Mayor. No. You started this.
Who knew? When Charles Sasaki said to me, I got a deal for you. I need you to go to Japan and be part of a sister city organization because Upwith people would like us to be involved. And that started many, many people on city council being part of our sister city. Originally, it was Maruko, small community, very similar to ours, very culturally astute, interested in music and art and the environment and all the things that we're interested in Broomfield. And then through the years, Maruko was absorbed into a larger city, Uweda. And so we've had several iterations of signing a friendship agreement. And I'm hoping that the next friendship agreement will happen next year, and the sitting mayor here will be able to sign that proclamation, and maybe we'll do that here. We've done it in the past in Japan. Many of us have hosted students. Many of us have made lifelong friendships. And we are reorganizing and reengaging with our Sister City program this year. We're becoming our own nonprofit so that we can start to work harder to provide the kinds of things like scholarships for kids to be able to go. And we'd also like to see business people and adults who would be interested in having that experience be part of the Sister City organization. So with the guidance from the city manager's office and the library staff and the city council and some very eager people in Broomfield, we're going to reorganize with the new board of directors. Hopefully we'll have Councilmember Hinkle as part of that. And we'll start that probably in July. And then we'll tackle the kinds of things that Helene just talked about. Expanding the Sister City program, looking at other possibilities for Sister City, and what can we do to engage more citizens in Broomfield. I could speak forever. I'm getting off the podium. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you
And
so
thank you
much.
for the proclamation. We're really excited to be able to hand that to them.
Well, it's really special to me that you're here to
Thank
receive
you.
it.
Thank you,
Mayor. Thank you for joining us, and we wish our great group of traveling students and chaperones a safe and successful trip. We look forward to hearing all about your trip and your adventures.
Well, we'll talk to you in September.
Sounds great. Thank you all. The next item under petitions and communications this evening is a presentation on the 2023 Broomfield Trail Adventure and Kickoff for the Broomfield 100. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Pete Dunleavy is moving his way down, as is Kristen Pritz, Director of Open Space and Trails. Mr. Dunleavy, how many times have you done this presentation? What year are we on
100?
for the?
Gosh. This is the 22nd Broomfield Trail Adventure. And I think Kristen has been here for all 22 and I've been here for 21. So quite a few. Yeah.
Tell us all about it, please.
Will do. Thank you very much. Good evening to the mayor and the city council. I'm Pete Dunleavy, Open Space and Trails Manager, and with Kristen Pritz here and Chloe Chalikian. Kristen's our Director of Open Space and Trails, and Chloe is our new Open Space Tech. And we're here on behalf of our department and the city staff to invite the council and the community to the 2023 Broomfield Trail Adventure and the Broomfield 100. Can I go to the next slide? Thank you. The Broomfield Trail Adventure will be held on Saturday, June 3rd at Spano Park. And the purpose of this event is really to highlight the local trail system, the natural areas, and promote healthy living and outdoor recreation. June 3rd is National Trails Day, and so there's celebrations all across the country on that day. So this is our local celebration of that event. The location this year, which I'll show in just a second, but is up at Spano Park in the Palisade Park neighborhood and the trails in that area. And that location really kind of gets to the spirit of the event. The origins of this event were about promoting trails that people don't know about, trying to raise awareness of some of the trail connections and natural areas that we have in Broomfield that a lot of citizens don't know about. So each year our staff works to look at where we have new trails and new connections that people would be interested in. And that's really happening up in the Palisade Park area right now. This is a morning event. We start early. Registration starts at 7:30. The event starts at 8 o'clock. We know Saturdays in June are very busy. I know Pride is later in the day on that same day, and we intend to be at both events as well. So we start, 8 o'clock. The event wraps up usually around 9:30, 9:45. And so we're not taking away a busy Saturday for people who have other events. And we've had a really good run of weather in recent years. I guess I shouldn't say that. I'm knocking wood here. So yeah, we're hoping for that again. Next slide, please. So this is just to try to help. Spano Park is really on the northern edge, or close to the northern edge of our community. You can see north of Highway 7 along Huron Street and close to I-25. The route, next slide. Just a little more zoomed in here. This is a really great park. If you haven't been up there, there's shelters and power and restrooms and dog park. And it's quite scenic. And there's some really nice trails in this neighborhood. We don't have the aerial photography to do it justice because it is so new. So I know that picture doesn't look that nice, but it's a lot nicer out there. The trail goes along the Harmer open space, a new trailhead that's up there that's quite scenic, and along the community ditch area. The bike loop will go a little further to the south. It's really just too big for a slide here, but we'll showcase some of the other parks in the Palisade Park neighborhood, and things like the Welford Barn and some other historic sites. Next slide, please. So 2023 also marks the 9th annual Broomfield 100. And so I've passed out passports at your stations there. These are hot off the press, but by the end of the week, we will have these at Deirdre Rec Center, the community center, the library, and right out here at the CIC's desk. We also have a virtual version. If you go to our website, broomfieldopenspace.com, it can take you to a virtual version as well. But this program begins on National Trails Day on June 3rd. And it's really a challenge through this summer. And so there's 15 trail loops here all through the community and some outdoor events as well that people can get points. And the idea is to then turn in your passport at Broomfield Days in September. I know every year our staff really enjoys that event. People come by the tent and turn in their passports and tell us really interesting stories out on the trails. It's a really great thing for families and for new residents that maybe don't know the community as well. So we hope you enjoy those passports. And I really do want to thank all the other departments that help us with this: Parks, Recreation, the GIS department, IT, communications, police, library, et cetera, along with our own staff. And so we get a lot of help. Next slide, please. I think with that, just again, want to invite the council and the whole community to join us on June 3rd. And then through the summer with the Broomfield 100 passports. If there's any questions for me, I'd be happy to help with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pete. We'll go with public comments first. If anyone would like to comment on this item, now's the time. Don't see anyone online. Anyone, City Council, any comments or questions? Well, I'll be there. I'm excited. I didn't even, you got them all?
Yeah.
Well, we don't even have to go to the trails. The nature
Yeah.
came to us.
I've seen a lot of these today, but not quite this close. Yeah. Sorry.
It's appropriate, don't
Yeah.
you think?
Yeah.
He's a pollinator.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't know that the park was open. So see, I'm learning from you guys. I knew it was under construction, but time flies. So it's ready for prime time. And
It is. It's ready to go. Yeah, we were up there a couple of weeks ago and everything looks really good. So
awesome. Well, I'm knowing it's going to be another perfect day. Thank you guys so much for all that you do to promote recreation opportunities and outdoor activities. So we really appreciate our open space and trails department. And we'll see you on the 3rd.
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final item under tonight's petitions and communications is the 2023 Colorado General Assembly session update. Would staff here like to provide the update? Okay. Oh, there she is. Ms. Brouillard.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. We're pleased to provide a highlight of the 2023 Colorado General Session with council and residents this evening. The 2023 legislative session came to an end on Monday, May 8th, and it's safe to say it was a whirlwind of a session. Before jumping into the highlights, I wanted to take just a moment and thank the Broomfield staff, Aponte Busam, and all the council members who worked tirelessly throughout the session to ensure that Broomfield's interests were well represented and heard at the Capitol. When Governor Polis gave his State of the State address back in January, there were key themes stated throughout his address, included housing, environment, and making Colorado affordable for Coloradans. It was an ambitious agenda, but the current composition of the legislature, which is a Democrat majority Senate, a Democrat supermajority House, provided the ideal landscape for a Democrat governor. This translated to a large portion of the action we saw during the legislative session being in these key areas. The challenges that Governor Polis identified are challenges that are not new to Broomfield, and instead are challenges that we are all facing statewide. Many of the bills introduced this year include preemption on home rule municipalities like Broomfield. This approach was not unique to Colorado and instead matches what we're seeing across the nation with unprecedented numbers of legislation on preemption There were over 600 nationwide in 2023, and we saw over 1,000 in 2022. And it's probably safe to say we'll see some more in 2024. The other thing that's important to note is it wasn't limited to just one issue. We saw it across the board on many different topics. So before I dive into the legislation, we wanted to share that Broomfield is concerned with these issues, and we're committed to tackling these challenges as partners. I think we can all agree that the solutions are needed, and both the state and local governments play a role in this, in addition to our nonprofit and our community partners, as well as our residents. It will be imperative that Broomfield continues to be at the table as drafters begin working on the bills for next year, as although there are many uncertainties, the one thing that we know is that there will be more. Next slide. For just a highlight real quickly, in total, there were 617 bills introduced and 486 passed. As you know, Broomfield was very active this legislative session, following 67 bills. 25 were marked as priority bills, which mean we actively engaged and lobbied throughout the session in partnership with our membership organizations as well as Aponte Busam. Tonight's highlight is focused on just key areas. It's not exhaustive of all the legislation tracked. Next slide, please. So we'll start with income aligned housing. We have 4 bills to highlight. The first one was 1255, which was regulating local housing growth restrictions. This was sponsored by Representative Lindstedt, who is a former Broomfield City Council member. It did pass, minimal impacts on Broomfield since we have already repealed our growth ordinance locally. House Bill 231115 was a repeal on prohibition for local residential rent control. This one did fail, but it was the opportunity for local governments to put rent caps across the board, but it did not move through in this session. 231190 was the affordable housing right of first refusal. It is still awaiting the governor's signature as of tonight and has not hit that 30-day threshold to become a bill, but essentially it allows local government the first right to properties. And you can see for us, that's 15 units or more, and they have to be more than 30 years old. There are some parameters of how long we have to show interest and then to make an offer. And it is at market value, but it is to increase housing market and stock. House Bill 1171 was the just cause requirement of eviction, and it did fail, which would have prohibited landlords from evicting their tenants without just cause. We anticipate that one to come back again next year. Next slide, please. For property taxes, and one thing I'll just say, there's already lawsuits out on a lot of this legislation, and this is one of them. But there were 2 bills. These were introduced in I think the last 3 days of the session. It was a little bit of a whirlwind, but 23303 was the reduced property taxes and voter approved revenue change. And it came with a companion bill, which was 1311, identical Tabor refund. These 2 kind of will operate together. They will both be on the ballot in November of this year, so you will all see them. The first one will ask voters if they want a 10-year property tax relief plan. It should drive down property assessment rates, and for 2 years, let homeowners exempt some of their property value from taxation. And then the second one is in regards to your Tabor refunds and making them flat across the board. As I said, they'll be on the ballot this year. Next slide. Under environment and energy, 3 bills to mention. 1294 was the pollution protection measures. I want to take a moment and say thank you to Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Lim. I know they did a lot of work on these. It was scaled down drastically since introduction, but there will be a study that happens in the recess. They have to appoint the committee members no later than June 30th. So we're monitoring that, and as soon as we know who the key players are, we'll determine what engagement and next steps look like. The Senate Bill 2316 was the greenhouse gas emissions reduction measures. This one has already been signed into law. We're looking at what exactly it means, but it creates a state income tax credit for your electric powered lawn equipment. It also regulates Class 6 injection wells. I know there were some concerns at the beginning around local control and that, and we're continuing to monitor what that impact will be on Broomfield. And then it updates the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals and also a study on electric transmission capacity. So lots of different things. And then 285 is the energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado. And I wanted to bring that up today because I think it's going to be a big change for us just in getting used to the new name. So the COGCC will be getting a new name on July 1st. You will start hearing it called the what is it? The Energy and Carbon Management Commission. So we're doing a scrub of our websites and all of the forums and everything to update that, but it will take some time for us to adjust. The additional things that came with that bill is it expands the commission's regulatory authority to look at emerging technologies. So even though the title includes carbon management, there's no carbon management in the bill. It just looks specifically at geothermal and underground gas storage. Next slide. Under resiliency, we had 23-166. Councilmember Lim was very active in this. It has been signed by the governor, and it creates a board to look at building codes and standards for preventing damages caused by fires. This was in large response to the Marshall Fire. And then we have 274, which is the water quality control fee setting rule, and it is passed and on the way to the governor. And essentially it transfers fee setting authority from the legislator to the Water Control Commission. And so there will be a stakeholder process coming up, and Ken with Public Works and his team are monitoring that and will engage. Next slide. Gun regulations, 4 big ones to call out. One was the waiting period. It did pass and it's been signed. So now to purchase a firearm, you have to wait 3 days before you actually get possession of the weapon. It does allow local governments to pass a longer waiting period. 169 increases the minimum age to purchase firearms up to 21, and it will take effect 90 days after the end of the session, so May 8th. 170 extreme risk protection order petitions expands the state's red flag law, which allows the temporary seizure of firearms and who can notify or request that seizure of firearms. And then the last one was the unserialized firearms and firearm components. So often called ghost guns, that if there's no serial number or they're not traceable, they are banned. And that will go into effect on January 1st, 2024. Next slide. And then last but not least is Senate Bill 213, which thank you to all of you. I know Mayor Castriato was very active in this bill, but this was land use, and it was hard to figure out where to fit it in the categories, as it was really touted to touch all of those different areas: environment, housing, transit, and so on. So this was the signature bill of the Polis administration for this session. It proposed state control over municipal land use and zoning decisions. It did fail on the clock at the very last hour. As you know, in the Senate, the Democrats joined with the Republicans caucus and rejected the premise of preemption. So I do want to say thank you to, I think, Senators Kirkmeyer, Zenzinger, and Moreno at the end for helping us let this bill die on the clock. And the last thing I'll just mention is there is a public commitment. Governor Polis has publicly said, as well as the supporters, that it will come back in some shape or form in 2024. So with that, that concludes the legislative update.
Thank you for that wonderful recap, Ms. Brouillard. It was definitely a doozy of a session. Anyone from the public want to comment on any of the legislation? If not, we'll go to council. Any comments or questions? Councilmember Lim?
Since we've had quite a few questions about our property tax assessments that went out, and residents have asked questions about possible relief locally, could you relate those questions to what's pending with 303 on the ballot in just some general way? Thanks.
Appreciate that, Councilmember Lim. So 303, and I know that the residents have been sending council questions about what relief looks like. Until we have the opportunity to assess what that outcome is from 303 and 304, it's difficult for us to really calibrate from a budgetary perspective what that looks like. So from 303's perspective, there's two different components. So the temporary timeout that automatically would come off of your property tax. It's $15,000. So again, it's a nominal amount. And I don't say that to be dismissive or negate the fact of what the legislation is going to do, but you're looking at about less than $100 off.
The second bill, 304, is when we're talking about Tabor. We've been, I'm sure you all have read, and council is pretty well versed with regards to, from a Tabor perspective, if the funds that are coming in don't hit the general fund, then it doesn't bounce up against our Tabor cap. So 2 years ago and a year ago, when we redid Gallagher, so we have the trifecta here in the state of Colorado. We have Amendment 23, we have Gallagher, and then we have Tabor. Any one of those in and of themselves, you would probably be able to understand without having a PhD in any one of those categories. However, the combination of those three, it's a Gordian knot, and it's very difficult to manage one without having a significant impact on the next. So property taxes with Gallagher is the ratcheting down effect between residential rates, which are now 6.8%, and due to come down not significantly, but enough. When you're looking at commercial, it's 29%, huge difference. Gallagher has a weighted effect. If one comes down, the other one either stays the same or comes down as well. So again, it's a balancing act for the state of Colorado. Counties depend on 100% property tax. Cities depend on use tax and sales tax. So when something doesn't, when a surplus of funds don't hit the general fund for the state, it doesn't hit Tabor. So if they are able to release those funds and you get your Tabor refunds, it falls outside of the category of it hitting that general fund. So the Tabor refunds, the state has decided how to spend those Tabor refunds for residents. So part of the tax relief for property taxes isn't in fact on the property taxes. A portion of it is coming from the Tabor refunds that residents would otherwise receive. So we don't know, we'll have a better sense, and that's to make a long story long, Councilmember Lim, and to keep it as simple as possible. So for the local governments, and it's, again, it's a misnomer that, you know, we continue to read that Broomfield, City and County of Broomfield is going to have this windfall of this incredible influx of funds with regards to property tax. The city and county government itself retains about 25% of that overall tax bill. The biggest chunk of your property tax goes to your school districts, metro districts, other special districts, i.e. the fire department. So once we have, once we're able to calibrate what that means to us, staff will work with the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem on what type of relief, if any, what form that would be, and off of the bottom line where that would come from. It's premature to do that now because we don't know exactly what we're dealing with.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a follow-up question on that. So my understanding is that we have to wait until November because a lot of this is dependent on what passes the ballot in November, right?
It does to a certain degree, Councilmember Marsh-Holshen, for a decision making, we need to wait. But we can certainly anticipate what that would mean for us as a city and county. Because again, if you take the overall amounts, we know in the various categories what the increases look like. We know the difference between, we have 11 different categories. Pretty significant difference between retail property tax, hotels. So for example, a hotel, their property tax, you're not going to see the type of increase that we're seeing across the board on those other percentages. So we can gauge what that looks like specifically for the city and county portion. But again, in order to actually make decisions, we want to wait until we can really figure that out. Again, the application of the property tax increase commences in January of 2025. Our staff in preparation, I'm sure you all are reading across the board the number of appeals that are coming in throughout the state.
We have a whole host of workshops. We have a very active, engaged communication plan that has been rolling out. So for anybody that's listening, to do not just a deep dive, but individual on your particularly on the residential property tax. We host in-person meetings. We'll walk you through the entire thing. But again, we'll have a significant, our turnaround time will be swift, Councilmember Marsh-Wolshin, subsequent to the outcome in November. Because again, we'll have the model built and then we'll drop in the answer. So we'll have a very good gauge of how to work this coming into 2024 so that people can plan for 2025.
Thank you. Just one follow-up question on the gun legislation, the ghost gun bill. Has that been signed yet by the governor? The slide said it wasn't, so I was just checking.
It has not been signed, and when I just checked before coming downstairs, it still has not.
Do we have a sense of whether he is intending to sign it or not?
That's not one I've heard any veto language around, so I don't anticipate that happening. It's been a wild card of the session, but I have not heard that.
Okay. Yeah. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? I have one. Since we know that they're going to come back and try to preempt our home rule authority again, is there anything we can do to be prepared for that?
Let Mr. Brouillard jump in afterwards. I think this was I'm treading carefully because I know Broomfield wasn't exempt in the bill, but I can tell you that the standards and matrix that was applied for the rest of the state of Colorado was because of what Broomfield has done right over the last particularly 4 years. So a lot of it was around transit corridors. Our guess is that they won't be unfunded mandates. But preemption is preemption. So again, I think from a preventative perspective, don't underestimate local governments or the power of mayors. It's like unleashing the Kraken.
I know.
So remaining vigilant. So Mayor,
I have a
I mean,
reputation
just,
now.
I think it's remaining vigilant and really understanding what the process looks like and what the sausage making looks like. And I think for any of us that have been down at the legislature, this has been a lobbyist for almost 30 years now. You know, that adage that no one is safe when the legislature is in session. You just really need to, we need to continue to pay attention and remain vigilant on doing what we do right.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. And thank you, Ms. Brouillard, very much. I know this took a lot out of all of us, and you and the team were amazing, keeping on top of everything and keeping us informed. Thank you. Now we'll move to public comment. This is general public comment and an opportunity to speak on matters other than those listed on tonight's agenda. So if there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come on up, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
So my name is Pam Wanick, and I live in the North Star Estates neighborhood that's located closest to the Northwest A and B pads. For the last 6 months, I'm seeing lots of spikes of benzene and toluene, which is affecting my property, my family, my community. So my comments, and I'm going to try not to release the Kraken here, but this is a little bit of an edgy issue. So I'm just going to go over the April 25th council meeting, the oil and gas summation. So I have some questions there. So one of my first questions is, why is the staff only reporting unique individual complaints? Staff should be reporting total complaints and pull out X as the number of unique individuals. Could you please elaborate on that? And can you tell me how many total complaints the staff received for the last half of 2022? Because that was not divulged on the April 25th meeting. Please add the separator and swabbing maintenance to the dashboard. Surely each week the operator has some schedule of what's going to occur either during that week or probably in the entire month. Staff should disclose this data to the public at is most assured that the VOC spikes will occur again, given the current history and track record. I want to know why the city attorney is not writing Civitas to find out why the wells in production are emitting substantial VOC spikes. This is a violation of the operator agreement. We were told that once in production, we wouldn't be dealing with all these spikes, but here we are dealing with them. And I don't know who else to go to besides to the city attorney. I was just curious if Civitas has their own air monitoring systems for VOCs, and if they don't, why not? Also, there's a comment about there's a fear of causing panic in the public by disclosing too much information. Well, I just want to tell you, this whole event that's happened from being completely disenfranchised where these wells went, I'm unincorporated Adams County, to dealing with the additional noise, the vibration, the air pollution, the VOC exceedances, the clanking pipes, and a couple of fires in between, that we're getting pretty thick-skinned. So please, I would think that Broomfield would be more concerned about withholding that information that would protect the public rather than information that would panic the public. And also as a layperson with the daily graphs and the VOC spikes, it's difficult for me to understand all of that. So I did contact Dr. Detlev, who helped me navigate and better understand the charts. And he pointed me to the Commerce City system, which is, it also shows the whole matrix of all the other Front Range, Northern Front Range cities that are being on at this Boulder Air and all of that. But it has a color coding system of green, yellow, red. And to me, that would be a little bit easier to understand rather than me having to go back to school and get a degree in engineering. So that was it. That's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else in person would like to be heard? Please come on up.
Hi, Mayor, Council staff, Barbara Bender, unincorporated Adams County as well. After watching the April 25th oil and gas update, I felt compelled to drag myself in here yet again. I've been away for a while because it's been too darn exhausting. A quick history, because a lot of you on council have no idea what we went through. I'm going to give you history, summary, and a question. First, Adams County residents were poisoned by the carcinogenic Gibson D822 drilling mud used at interchange for months. Our complaints were discounted and ignored by the operator and by Broomfield. What was the response? Normal operations. Please stop touting the fact that, look, so few residents are no longer reporting health concerns. We are exhausted. We gave up using the dashboard and reporting health concerns. Every time we did, and we would push for more detail in terms of what was happening during a given time frame where we had these health impacts, what was the response? Normal operations. When canisters triggered and the analysis weeks later showed VOC levels that had an oil and gas signature, and we asked what was happening at that particular moment in time on those pads, what was the response? Normal operations. Dr. Detlev's data shows clear and obvious emissions from the Northwest pads during production. When asked what's being done to proactively identify the root cause of those emissions, what are we told? Normal operations, or a slightly different euphemism, normal pad activity. When we had the neighborhood meeting with the operator prior to this project beginning, we were promised there would be zero emissions during production. Obviously, that was a lie, but I keep going back to it. We were promised. Just get through the drilling and the flow back, all will be good. Zero emissions during production. The fact that, I'm sorry, this is emotional as well. I don't understand why the operator
and the city and county of Broomfield are not working tirelessly to try to identify the root cause of these emissions. Instead of just saying, yeah, nothing's going on, normal operations. You have a FLIR camera. Why isn't that being used daily? I mean, anything. You can't just stop and say normal operations and go on your merry way. The inability to post something as simple as an update to warn us that swabbing or separator maintenance is going to happen. The fact that you can't do that in the 21st century is incomprehensible to me. I'm sorry, I'm a software engineer. This is not rocket science. You could have a pre-canned response and tweet it out. It'll take 30 seconds. Think out of the box, something easy, simple, doesn't put additional pressure on staff, but let us know when we're going to be poisoned, please. I obviously am immune compromised. I wear this all the time. I don't go out when the AQI is above the health levels. Bottom line, it's simply unbelievable to me that people can stand up here and tell us that we're being exposed to carcinogenic emissions, and it's simply a part of normal pad activity. It is just incomprehensible. You know, being told after the fact that we were exposed to carcinogenic emissions during normal operations isn't acceptable. How can normal operations be the canned response when we are experiencing chronic and acute exposures? So I would like council, especially those of you who haven't been around and are familiar with what's gone on from the beginning of this project, to become more engaged. I'd like staff to be more proactive in trying to drive to the root cause of these problems. Thank you. Sorry, I think I went over time.
That's all right. Thank you, Ms. Bender.
Good evening, Lizzie Lario from the Wildgrass subdivision. Nice to see everyone. It's been a while. I wrote to you all prior to the April 25th meeting that I was not able to attend in person. And there was a lot of discussion, some of it around my email. So I wanted to come in tonight to clarify a few things, as well as ask a few questions that came up after listening to the meeting. First, to clarify my email, it seems that some misinterpreted the email and what I was asking. I was not asking for, nor do I have any expectation of daily or real-time air quality updates. What I asked for in my email, and what I'm here to ask again for tonight, along with other people, myself and many of my neighbors, is for the city to provide notice on the dashboard for routine maintenance activities like swabbing and well stimulation, swabbing, well stimulation, or separator maintenance. I asked for this because we know from the past that spikes or exceedances have occurred during these routine maintenance activities. These are not activities that take place every day. In fact, they take place maybe every few years, or in terms of swabbing, just once or twice a year, depending on well production. So again, these are not daily activities. I'm not asking for daily updates on air quality to be posted on the dashboard. In the 425 meeting, City Manager Hoffman stated that as operations shift, team structure shifts. I understand that, and that makes sense. However, is it possible that we recognize that just because the wells are in production does not mean air quality is not impacted and there won't be spikes or other air quality events? Can one person on the team be responsible for supplying this important information in regard to routine maintenance activities to the public that live in close proximity to the pads? Please keep in mind that if this project came along after SB 181, there's a good chance it would not have been permitted. So this is not just some light, fluffy ask. This is very, very relevant to the people that are living in the area and have already been impacted by the pads. When listening to the meeting, I heard repeatedly that public safety is the top priority. With this in mind, I sincerely hope that relaying this information to the public is possible and that there will be no question of continuing the air quality monitoring. As Barb pointed out, we were told there would be no spikes during production. There are spikes, there are exceedances. These wells are going to be around for 30 years. We need to keep doing what we started. It's very important to the people living in the area. The bottom line is that regardless of the phase of the project, there's still a large-scale industrial operation in the middle of thousands of Broomfield residents. This was touched upon. I have to mention it because I've said it several times here and via email. Again, on the complaints, because they're not coming in does not mean they're not happening. I've been alerted by residents. I get texts constantly. I haven't been reporting issues. So please be a little sensitive when you celebrate it, because it's not something celebratory for the residents that were too exhausted to complain. Normal routine operations were covered, and I'm over time, so I will wrap it up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Kristen Logan from Anthem Highlands. I used to be a regular at these meetings. 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, I think I spent half of my life here, it feels like. We worked so hard as a community to instill the belief that our health and safety deserve to be prioritized over oil and gas operations. We tried everything to set that culture, even electing new council members, passing ballot measures. We spent so much time, energy, and effort trying to instill this as a foundation of our community. The project went forward. Lots of things happened. I understand things were done that couldn't be undone. We lived through the impacts. We had sleep deprivation. My child had nosebleed after nosebleed. I documented every one of them and took screenshots of the air monitoring showing corresponding spikes. I filed more complaints than I can even count. And I hit a brick wall every step of the way. So it's no wonder why you don't hear me putting in any more complaints, because time is something that's valuable. And when we are being exposed to benzene and carcinogens on a regular basis that are above health guidelines and exceedances, time is even more valuable because we don't know which one of us will be the first to fall. We are being exposed to carcinogens. The spikes continue to happen and they have not stopped. And I am so disappointed to be standing up here today asking for a sense of urgency, asking for a sense of compassion, and asking for a reprioritization, my goodness, I can't even speak, of our health and safety. We went through this together, many of us, this journey, and we went on this journey with one intent and one intent only, and that was to protect our community members. We are seeing spikes through production. We are seeing issues, and I would like to ask that this group refocuses and places urgency on these matters. It's really hard to hear that we don't want to share information or we don't want to cause panic or hysteria. People aren't complaining, different things. But I just want to say that we can't have it both ways. We can't have it both ways. If you want people to show up here, they're showing up here because we are panicked, we are scared, and we aren't happy with what's happening in our community. And we can show up in droves. We've done it before. We can do it again. But then you can't turn around and say, oh, well, nothing we can do, nothing we can do. If we bring this and we bring this to you, we are doing it because we expect action and we expect something to happen. So you can't have it both ways. You can't have a quiet community who's happy and totally content, and then you can't say, but no one's coming to complain. So if we bring people and we come and we speak, we need help, we need action. This can't continue. We need to reprioritize health and safety. And this has to be something that everybody who ever used the words health and safety in a political campaign that you ran to get elected to office takes to heart here and now tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Would anyone else in person like to speak on general comments? We have one person on the phone, which we'll get to after that.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Christy Sarda. I'm a homeowner at Venue at Arista. My concern today is about the proposal for the new Lepore development plan. I'm the president of the HOA for our community. Is this the correct?
That would be a little bit later in the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know it's a lot to follow, but I'll make sure you know when we're on that item. Of course. Thanks for waiting. All right, we're going to go over to our one caller on the line, and it's Kathy. You have 3 minutes.
Hello, Broomfield. This is Kathy.
So I wanted to talk about some of the things from the April 25th meeting. I too have a lot of concerns. So Dr. Detlev brought up the fact that the Northwest wells were leaking, and they're having emissions, benzene and other things that harm health and are greenhouse gases that you don't really want in the air. And he reported that in the last quarter of last year, and it is still ongoing. And I'm having a very, very difficult time understanding why the city and county in Broomfield has loaded up with all these people that work full time on oil and gas issues, but nobody can go to the operator and say, find the damn leak and fix the leak. Sorry for my cursing. But you're accepting these leaks. And I'm having a really hard time understanding this because just a few minutes ago, a person was talking about greenhouse gas legislation. And most of you guys, or all of you guys, are Democrats. And this should be something that's very close to your heart. These wells are leaking, and no one in Broomfield is going after the environmental impacts of this or the health effects, the carcinogens that are in the air that we're breathing. We do keep hearing that this is normal operations. Leaking wells like this that are in production, this is not normal. This is not normal. And I don't know why your staff is lying to us, telling us constantly it's normal operations. I too have worked oil and gas for years. We have been down there in council meetings for years. People have set their family responsibilities aside. And now we hear from Jennifer that, nobody's worried about this. Yes, we are. We are still very, very concerned about what you're releasing into the environment, especially with this greenhouse gas legislation going on, and what your health effects that you're causing us. So I want to reiterate Barb's concern, not notifying. You have certain operations have a high probability of releasing benzene and other unhealthy chemicals into the air that can cause cancer, and yet you don't want to notify us. You don't want to tell us what's going on. You don't want to be transparent. I thought the Democrats were very transparent, but for years you have not been transparent. So I'm having a hard time understanding public safety is top priority. Is public safety top priority unless your concern is oil and gas? Because it sure seems to have for years skipped over us. You have spent millions and you have hired many, and nothing ever happens that is protective of our health. Except for the one thing with the Gibson going away after we in North Star Estates breathed it for what I believe was 4 months. And the problem with Gibson D822 is that it's not a little bit of carcinogen. It's pretty much all 100% carcinogen. So somebody's going to get cancer. So we want notifications of when you're doing operations that can affect our health. I don't want to be outside when the benzene levels are going to be high and you know about this ahead of time. So figure it out in an IT way or some sort of email distribution or text or something. And that's about all I have to say, other than the other thing, Christine Logan just elaborated
Kathy, can
on.
you please wrap up? Your time has expired.
Okay.
Can you finish your thought?
Okay. So the health department, we submitted complaints, bloody noses for kids, health complaints. You had a form. I filled out the form. I took it to my doctor. She didn't know what to do with your form. And you were telling us to do all this. And we were just running around doing all this for you. And nothing ever happened to help us. Nothing. You won't tell us when there's concern about what's in the air, especially the huge benzene emission. And there's no transparency from a health perspective or from events that are occurring. And this needs to stop.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Kathy, thank you very much. All right, so that does it for public comments. We're going to move on to council's community and event updates next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to let the community and the rest of council remind everyone that tomorrow night at 6 o'clock here in the council chambers, The Charter Review Committee will be holding a public forum for the public to come and listen, and we're give an update, but then also that will allow for questions to address community questions and concerns. So that's happening tomorrow night at 6 o'clock.
Tomorrow at 6.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Any other council community updates? Councilmember Lim?
Yes, these are related to my council assignments. Tomorrow from 4 to 5:30, the Workforce Center is participating in a manufacturing sector meeting. If any representatives from manufacturing companies would like to participate, you can look at the Workforce Center website. On June the 1st, hopefully right before you watch the Nuggets game, you can attend the Landscape Code Open House, which is in the Broomfield Community Center. That's June 1st from 5:30 to 7 p.m. Our landscape code is being updated for water conservation. And related to the CTC Coalition, there is a vaping handed in event on June the 5th for teenagers who would have vaping equipment that they would turn in, hopefully, and they will receive a free summer rec pass in exchange for that. That's on June the 5th, and there's more information on our website. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to let council know that the DRCOG Board of Directors had their retreat May 13th. And housing was the topic of conversation. The board has agreed that DRCOG will take a leading role in coordinating within the region, as well as my understanding is across the state with other MPOs such as Northern Colorado Metropolitan Planning Organization, Pikes Peak Council of Governments, and the Pueblo Council of Governments, to facilitate those conversations and what I guess would be acceptable in a bill next session, since we know housing will be coming back next legislative session. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member event updates? Councilmember Schaaf, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to give a shout out to all the graduating high school seniors out there. Many of these graduations have been happening. I know that Councilmember Henkel's son just graduated from high school. So congratulations to him. Congratulations to the rest of the graduates. And a note to the community, summer begins very soon. There's going to be many more kids out there on bikes and walking on the near the streets. Please drive carefully.
Thank you, Councilmember. Checking one last time. I just want to remind everyone, as our Military Appreciation Month of May wraps up, we have our annual Memorial Day celebration and picnic at the Broomfield Commons starting at 11 a.m. There's music, food, lots of presentations. So hopefully you guys can join us on Monday, May 29th. Thank you. Council's consideration of the consent agenda is next. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7F, we will ask for public comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7F by title?
7A, approval of minutes from the regular meeting of May 9th, 2023. 7B, resolution number 2023-70, appointing arbitrators to conduct property valuation appeal hearings in accordance with section 2-66-080 of the Broomfield Municipal Code. 7C, resolution number 2023-67, authorizing and approving a permit for the 2023 fireworks display on July 4th. 7D, resolution number 2023-73, approving the appointment of David Frieder to the Flatiron Improvement District's Independent Board of Directors. 7E, resolution number 2023-71, authorizing and approving annual aggregate spending with 811 Group LLC for temporary professional services. 7F, request for executive session for the purpose of obtaining instruction to negotiators and receiving legal advice regarding the Jefferson Parkway Public Highway Authority.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments on these items only. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record. I don't see any. Next is council comments. Does any member of council, Councilmember Lim?
On 7C, the fireworks display, I just wanted to ask something that was a discussion after the fireworks last year. There were several residents who wrote in and were concerned about the crowd, particularly youth behavior. So I just wanted to see if staff had anything to comment about that, to assure the public that that was on our radar.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. And we've had about a half a dozen meetings. Mr. Shuck is meandering down to the podium right now. In fact, we had a final meeting today with the PD. Logistically, we're making some modifications. Clay, will you run through between logistics of the vendors, the lighting, and the deployment of PD and the communications piece as well, please?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Lim. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Oh, no Mayor Pro Tem tonight. Members of council, Clay Shuck, Director of Operations. Yeah, after last year, we've had several meetings, as City Manager Hoffman mentioned, about the event of July 4th and how to try to mitigate some of the crowd behavior that we experienced on that east side. Last year, we activated the space on the championship field a little bit more with some youth activities, had some bouncy castles, things like that. What we determined is that we probably need to activate that space a little bit more than what we did in the previous year. So we're moving many of those items more to the north. We're increasing our lighting on that field to really light it up. So we're going to have 5 light stands on the championship field. They will be on during the entire time. We will not shut them off for the fireworks. In addition to that, we are also looking at our resources within the complex during and after the show, and then how to make sure that we've got the right amount of resources within the park to respond to incidents that may occur on that side. Along with that, one of the other things that we've talked about is moving, well, not that we talked about, that we're going to do, is we're moving up the show start time to 9:15. Previously, we've done 9:30. We were probably one of the latest shows in the area to start. So moving it up 15 minutes will also hopefully decrease that window of time for that activity and help to mitigate some of that crowd as well. On the messaging side, we have worked with our communications team, and ahead of the event, there's a couple of things we're going to put out. We're going to put out our variable message boards along with our streets department and talk about what activities will not be allowed in the park during that. So there'll be zero tolerance on fireworks in the park. We're also want to make sure that prior to the event, we're putting out messaging, encouraging people to be safe at the event, to not bring fireworks, and to make sure that we know where our children are, especially our young teens and our college age. And hopefully they have proper parental supervision or good supervision during the event. We want everybody to have fun. Obviously, it's a great event. Excuse me. We want everybody to have a good time, but we do need to mitigate that crowd that we have on the east side. So those are the measures we're looking at this year, and hope to mitigate the crowd and some of the experience that we've had in the previous years.
Thank you very
You're
much.
welcome.
Councilmember Lim, I can't emphasize enough. I think we all left that meeting today from a communication perspective, what that looks like, particularly because it's not the folks that bring the kids that are there that created the havoc last year. Were not they weren't there with parents, right? And so the first message was, parents, keep an eye on your kid. That was not what it was. So we will have a zero tolerance policy this year. to support our PD in, that was some pretty scary stuff. And other creative opportunities for folks. Everybody loves to use their videos on their phones, as we all know, and kind of taking advantage of what that looks like either during, before, or after the fact will also be included in the communication. So if you want to be unruly, Broomfield is not the place for you to be on the 4th of July.
Great, light it up. Thank you. Councilmember Hinkle?
I was just gonna say, maybe we can just put strategic parents, because my kids don't always want to hang out with me. We just put parents in little pods everywhere. I do
We're looking for
appreciate-
volunteers. So.
We have lots of moms who would like to do that, actually. Thank you for your efforts. This is important.
Yeah, yeah, we say that tongue in cheek, but we don't want the moms and parents trying to untangle anything that's happening.
Absolutely. So, I mean, it's very important for our PD to be able to put in place their tactical plan for the event. So, yeah, we definitely don't want that to happen.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for being proactive. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. My question was actually exactly the same.
No.
But just a quick follow-up. Will there be any means of reporting? People can report if they see something that is unruly or happening in real time?
I'm gonna have Clay Shuck answer that. Again, it's important to keep in mind that this was 15 individuals. And what we don't want to do is turn into again, 99.8% of the folks that are there. The entire day goes great. The evening goes great. It's the first time that we've had something like that occur. So again, when something happens, never to seldom, we don't necessarily want a hotline. We do think these mitigation techniques. That said, if you do see something that is of concern, what we don't want to do is have everybody calling 911 or the non-emergency line to say, there's this kid in a blue shirt and he has, black shoes on and I just saw him light off a firework, right? 4th of July is packed for our PD. So again, being mindful, we don't want any vigilantism going on or having somebody follow, right? So what turns out to kind of be fun could turn into a very dangerous situation rapidly. So just everybody be conscientious.
So we do have a number of tents that'll be right in front of the concession stand, and those will be not only PD staff, the fire department staff, but also city staff. If there's something that someone is concerned about, that's the area to go to report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Awesome. All right. Any other council member questions or comments? Councilmember Cohen.
Just one quick question. I remember one other discussion after last year was whether we would consider like other communities to go to a drone show, like Lakewood, Belmar, if there is extreme dry weather. I don't know what the costs are by comparison, but has that been considered? Should next year be drier than this year?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Cohen. We have not looked at those alternatives at this point in time. We've talked to a few other people that have run those type of shows. We tried a laser show one time prior to Broomfield Days. That did not go well. We'll probably never look at a laser show again. But I know the drone shows are taking on popularity. The one concern I would have is we're in close proximity to not only RMMA, but also to the Erie Airport. And what would we be able to do within that area and the close proximity we have to those airports for the drone show? So we'd have to do a lot more research if that was an issue and really look into that in the future.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor, just really quickly, I was going to say, Councilmember Cohen, don't get everybody super excited because from staff's perspective, we were like, ooh, yeah, let's go that direction instead. I do want to say before Anna Burton-Zetti comes, she just got back from South Korea. Her daughter was selected to be on the national drone operators. So she just got back from doing just that. So perhaps Charlotte Burton-Zetti could give us all some pointers on how to effectively utilize cool drones.
That's awesome. Way to go, Ms. Burton-Zetti. Okay, Before asking for a motion, was there anybody else? I didn't want to deny anybody their time. You're good? Okay. Before asking for a motion, I want to remind everyone that item 7F is a request for executive session and requires 2/3 approval of council. We have 2/3 now, right? Okay, good. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7F be approved? Councilmember Henkel.
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Ward.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jazersky, Leslie,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Marsh Holshin,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ford.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. There is no business before the Board of Social Services this evening. Our first item under council business this evening relates to the Broomfield Urban Transit Village. There are 3 parts to this item. First, council's consideration on first reading of ordinance number 2214, vacating a portion of Destination Drive located within Broomfield Urban Transit Village number 4. Then there is a public hearing for resolutions numbers 2023-74 and 2023-75-UR regarding a final plat, planned unit development plan, and site development plan, urban renewal site plan for Broomfield Urban Transit Village, filing number 23, Arista 26. We'll just call it that for now. Although the first reading of ordinance number 2214 does not require a borough vote for a public hearing, the resolutions do require a public hearing, and one of them is a borough item. Therefore, we'll now convene the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. The Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority is called to order to consider item agenda 15A concurrently. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Anderson,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Delgadillo,
Here.
Hinkle,
Here.
Leslie,
Here.
Lim,
Here.
Marsh Holshin,
Here.
Schaff,
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. I'll declare the public hearing for resolutions number 2023-74 and 2023-75-UR open. We'll follow the city standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the item. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant, and finally, questions from the city council members. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And as I mentioned, Ms. Burton-Zetti joins us this evening. She's the Co-Director of Community Development and Planning Director. She will walk us through this item. Ms. Burton-Zetti.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, authority members. So Lepore Partners, if I could have the next slide, please, has submitted this application tonight. As you mentioned, it's a final plat. There's a planned unit development plan, an urban renewal site plan, as well as a site development plan. And there's also a request for a vacation of a portion of right-of-way for Destination Drive. This portion of Destination Drive is not in public use. The subject site is located here in the aerial image. It's located east of Wadsworth Parkway and immediately north of the Broomfield Jefferson County line. Next slide, please. The comprehensive plan land use map shown here with the subject property outlined in red is designated as mixed use commercial and open lands, with a small portion of the site at the northeast corner as transit oriented development. The use proposed is consistent with the uses permitted within the comprehensive plan, and it's also in compliance with the uses identified in the sub-area plan for this area. Next slide, please. This map shows the airport flight patterns in relation to Broomfield subdivisions. The subject property is circled in red, and as you can see, it is located within the airport influence zone, as well as the airport critical zone, and a small portion of it also lies within the runway protection zone. Due to this proximity and these designations, the buildings will be constructed to achieve sound attenuation, and also buildings are not permitted within the runway protection zone portion of this site. Uses on the site are limited to commercial rather than residential due to this proximity and the location within these zones. The Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport reviewed this proposal during the referral agency review process, and all comments have been resolved. Next slide, please. The final plat shown here for reference will create 2 lots and utility maintenance and access easements. A public access easement to access a portion of the trail that's being constructed is also dedicated with this plat. The applicant is proposing a right-of-way vacation, as I mentioned, for a portion of Destination Drive that will no longer be connected to Parkland Street. The segment proposed for vacation is shown at the right and circled in red. This segment of land will be deeded to the property owner and will then be improved with a private drive that would be owned and maintained privately. The ordinance first reading is included with the staff report for City Council this evening. A separate second reading and public hearing will also be scheduled, subject to action this evening. Next slide, please. The PUD establishes design guidelines for landscaping, architecture, fences, parking, and exterior lighting, and it establishes the uses that would be permitted on this site. The proposed Arista 36 PUD is for mixed-use office and commercial, such for uses that are typical with a flex light industrial development. Likely uses would be things like manufacturing, printing, warehouses, medical supply, testing, laboratory. The full list is here. I know it's hard to read on the screen. It's also available in the staff memorandum. The uses identified in the PUD are in compliance, as I mentioned, with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and are in alignment with the uses identified in the interchange sub-area plan. Next slide, please. This rendering shows the proposed development of the 3 industrial flex buildings. A regional trail with landscaping is shown along the southern buffer that curves north to connect to Shepsfield Park, which is north of the site. Primary access is proposed from Wadsworth Parkway, with secondary access proposed via a private drive off of Destination Drive. Semi-trucks will be prohibited from using that Destination Drive access to the site. Signs will indicate the truck routes and will be posted on and off the site. Truck docks are in between buildings 1 and 2. Buildings 1 and 2 are about 130,000 and 150,000 roughly square feet. The smallest building at 75,000 square feet roughly is situated on the east side of the property. Next slide, please. The applicant included a request for 2 variances associated with this development. These are captured on the second sheet of the site plan, since I know they're a little difficult to read on the screen. One was a reduction to the 30-foot established parking setback along Wadsworth Parkway to 20 feet. To mitigate and screen the parking, the applicant is proposing to include a 3-foot contoured berm with landscaping along Wadsworth. And the second variance is related to electric vehicle charging. The reduction in the total and type of EV parking stalls provided, and the Broomfield Municipal Code currently has EV parking requirements in the parking section of the zoning code, requiring 104 EV capable, 26 EV ready, and 21 EV installed. The variance request includes 48 EV installed spaces, and the applicant indicates that the power grid may not be sufficient in this area to provide the level of power that's needed, both for the desired tenancy of the industrial flex buildings, as well as providing the required number of spaces per the code. The applicant has been working with Xcel Energy as part of Xcel's electric vehicle supply infrastructure program. Through this program, they will provide more EV spaces, as I mentioned, 48 rather than the 21 required by code at the initial completion of the project. This allows Xcel to separately meter the line for the EV infrastructure and allows for a discounted charging rate for those stations. However, due to the limitations of this program, the applicant cannot commit to the full EV ready and EV capable spaces required by the code. It could be that in the future, there would be opportunities to expand additional EV installed spaces on the site. That expansion would likely be based on tenant requests or the requests of the property owner, and would not be based on a specific timeframe or anything outlined in this specific site development plan. Lepore is the first flex light industrial project with buildings of the scale to proceed under the EV charging requirements that are adopted in the zoning code. Other projects like Sims Tech, SunCap, North Park Flex were all approved prior to the effective date of the EV parking requirements. It should also be noted that this variance request tonight, if approved, would be only a variance from the parking requirements as indicated in the zoning code. As discussed with City Council, there will be consideration of the state model energy code later this summer. And if adopted and in effect when Lepore project is seeking a building permit, then those requirements would apply, because as we had previously discussed, the model energy code will include EV charging requirements in the building portion of the code, the energy code. The model energy code will have a process outlining a way to request an exemption or a variance from the requirements related to EV parking. That'll include likely an application and justification being submitted to the chief building official and not city council. The draft that was shared, not the final draft that's coming out in June, but the draft that was shared and linked in our study session memorandum indicated that variances would likely be due to financial constraints of a project. So the exact language is not finalized, as I mentioned, until June. In short, in granting a variance tonight, City Council would only be granting a variance from the zoning requirements, and a separate process would be needed if necessary with the state energy code requirements. Next slide, please. As indicated in the staff report, the site slopes from the north and east to higher grades to the south and west of the site to level the grades and get the buildings to an appropriate at-grade elevation in relation to Wadsworth. This will require regrading of the site and extensive retaining walls at the north and east sides of the site. The retaining walls will be terraced, and between each terrace there will be landscaping as shown on the renderings that were provided. This rendering and photo simulation provides view looking to the southwest from Shepsfield Park. Next slide, please. These images depict the architectural style of the flex buildings. Maximum height per the PUD is at 40 feet, and these proposed buildings are within this limitation. Next slide, please. The concept plan was reviewed on June 15th of 2021, and during this public meeting, comments and concerns, were shared regarding compatibility with the Arista neighborhood, the importance of providing a trail with connections to the north and south bus stops along Wadsworth. And there were also concerns regarding the size and scale of the proposal and if there was actually demand for these types of tenants and uses within this area, the importance of architecture, and concerns regarding access and traffic. The staff report outlined the changes that the applicant has made in an attempt to address these previous comments. The applicant also held 2 neighborhood meetings. Links to the neighborhood meeting documents were shared in the staff memorandum. During both meetings, attendees voiced concern about traffic and visual impacts and noted concerns about the compatibility with their neighborhood. Noticing was completed in compliance with municipal code requirements, and the Land Use Review Commission voted 5-1 to recommend approval subject to compliance with the EV parking requirements that are in the code today. The applicant chose to move forward to this evening's meeting without revising the EV parking requirements, but did provide additional written information for City Council's consideration and is prepared this evening to present additional information regarding the EV parking requirements and answer any questions that you may have. And that can, actually I have one more slide. The key issues, we did identify one key issue with the project, and that was in relation to the grades on the site. And that will conclude staff's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Bertonzetti. Next is the applicant's presentation. And just as we ask our staff to keep their presentations brief, we ask the same of you. Would you please identify yourself for the record?
Good evening. My name is Jeff Lepore. I'm the applicant this evening. We're excited at the opportunity to deliver some new Class A workspace to the thriving Broomfield community to accommodate what we've witnessed as great employment growth, and offering a chance for the city to maintain more employment here rather than allow a number of it to commute outside of the city to other neighboring jurisdictions. So we're pleased to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bonnie Nijelik, Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street. Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and staff for your time this evening and over the last 2 years as we worked on this proposal. I think you can probably skip a couple slides. Our whole team is here to answer questions. Here's a project that Lepore recently completed down on Santa Fe, which is very emblematic of the type of plan that they hope to do here. Next slide. We can certainly talk about need and demand for this use. If you want to go to the next slide, we do want to keep this presentation as brief as we can, but there are 3 key items that we want to talk through. We've been working on this plan for 2 years. Many of you were not on City Council at the time of our concept review in June of 2021. So we want to talk through some of the key pieces of the city and the airport's land use plans that really dictate what can happen on the site. We want to talk through the extensive plan revisions that we went through over these last 2 years to address the concerns that we heard both in the concept review meeting and in our neighborhood meetings. And third, the EV variants, especially since that was such a topic of conversation in our LERC hearing. We wanted to talk through the details of that. Next slide. So starting with some of the background information for this site. When we first started looking at development concepts, we spent a lot of time digging into all these existing plannings documents from both the city and the airport. First, we have the city's comprehensive plan, which includes a mixed-use commercial land use designation on much of the site, with a small area of open lands on the south and transit-oriented development on the north. Next slide. This mixed-use commercial designation covering much of the site notes primary uses such as commercial, employment, and multifamily or single-family attached uses, while the open lands to the south may be public or private and include a landscape edge along the city-county limits. Next slide. The plan also encourages business employers and industries. It encourages the development of employment centers and directs employment uses into areas adjacent to major transportation corridors, such as Wadsworth. Next slide. The city also has an interchange subarea plan, which designates a majority of the property as mixed-use commercial and employment, again, with open lands on the south. Next slide. These designations allow business office, manufacturing and assembly, warehousing employment, and warehousing retail. Next slide. Finally, the airport has developed a plan to recognize surrounding land uses and activity around the airport. The plan encourages compatible land uses and design around the airport to allow the airport to continue its vital role in the region while protecting citizens from impacts of the airport. This plan shows much of the site in the airport critical zone. Next slide. That zone encourages commercial, industrial, agricultural, and golf course uses near the airport. It discourages residential uses, schools, libraries, and hospitals, and limits uses that would allow large numbers of people to gather. Next slide. The plan also identifies runway protection zones which clip the southwest corner of this parcel. Next slide. This further limits the uses on the parcel, noting that large structures that accommodate people should not be placed in the southwest corner. Next slide. As some of you remember, we presented our original concept to this commission and city council in June of 2021. At that time, we had planned a full 35-acre development that included approximately 500,000 square feet of employment uses. Next slide. At that time, access was anticipated to be provided along Wadsworth at the southwest corner of the property, and additional access provided along Parkland Street to the north, and then also Destination Drive to the east. Next slide. Following this initial concept meeting and our initial neighborhood meeting, we spent the next year plus working with the airport, CDOT, city staff, and the neighbors to refine the site plan and grading plan in response to the comments we heard. The first change we made was removing the access to Parkland Drive and the northern 6.72 acres of land from the site development plan. The lot shown here in light blue is platted with this proposal, but not part of either the PUD or the SDP. This was in response to the concerns we heard from our neighbors to the east in our original neighborhood and concept meeting. Should any future development occur on these northern 6.5 acres of land, it would have to go through its own concept and SDP process. Next slide. We also refined the PUD to increase building setbacks to help push the buildings to the west and farther away from the existing residents, with all perimeter setbacks being 90 to 120 feet, compared to the generally 25-foot minimum building setbacks for similar straight zone sites. As Anna mentioned, our site includes two variances. One is for a reduced parking setback along the western property line, which you'll see in renderings later in the presentation. In place of the 30-foot setback, we are requesting 20-foot setback with additional screening, including landscape berms and plantings. The second is for EV parking, which we'll dive into shortly. Next slide. And here's the revised plan, which includes approximately 360,000 square feet of employment uses on the southern 29 acres. The revised site plan removes the access off Parkland and disconnects Destination Drive. This eliminates the potential for cut-through traffic for the adjacent residential homes. Instead, the primary access and truck route is located on Wadsworth. Next slide. The project includes 2 gathering areas, one in the southwest corner of the site and one near the northeast corner that provide space for people to eat lunch and take breaks. These amenities include pergola, cafe tables, seat walls, and trash and recycling receptacles. Bike parking with bike racks and bike storage units are also provided. Next slide. Here we have an overlay of the revised plan on top of the initial proposed concept plan. Some of those key changes include removing the number of buildings in a total building area, removing that north access point, reducing the overall size of development, increasing the open lands, adding a community trail connecting Wadsworth in the southwest corner to Uptown access point, adding EV and bike charging stations, and adding those amenity spaces. We've also enhanced the landscape screening, particularly in the northeast along Sheffield Park and north along Wadsworth. Next slide. And here's a side-by-side comparing again that June 2021 plan with today's plan on the right. Next slide. So wanted to talk a little bit about the EV variants. I personally have learned more about electricity and EV than I ever thought I could possibly want to learn. Wanted to clarify one thing in the staff presentation. It's not that there's a lack of capacity in the power grid, it's how electricity needs to function on this site. So first wanted to walk through what our hardship is. The type of tenants these buildings attract are typically high energy consumers such as aerospace, biomedical, life sciences, light manufacturing, tech assembly, and R&D. To align with standard industrial buildings and successfully compete with them in the market, we need to offer 4,000 amp building electrical services, which is the largest service provided by Excel. When studying the ordinance, which came out midway through our design process, our electrical engineer confirmed that at full build out of the EV requirements, if we complied 100% with the ordinance, the EV would require 15% of each building's electrical or available power. This is far beyond normal house panel usage, which is typically in the range of 2 to 5%. This reduction in available power puts this project at a competitive disadvantage to the other buildings in the market that have this same 4,000 amp service, but only have a handful of EV stations. The proposed buildings location within the city and county of Broomfield and the available power are the 2 primary reasons tenants will choose to lease space here. Our solution to this problem is to separate the building power from the EV power. This allows the building's maximum available power to be reserved for tenant operations and will ultimately have greater flexibility and lower barriers for future EV expansion. Creating a separate line extension can be done as part of Excel's EVSI program. Due to Excel's agreements with the Colorado Public Utility Commission, the EVSI program allows for day 1 EV installed spaces, but is restricted from providing EV ready or EV capable spaces. Since this program doesn't accommodate EV ready or EV capable spaces, we are requesting a variance to increase the number of EV installed spaces from 21 to 48 in return for removing the EV ready and capable spaces. Next slide. This approach also has a number of benefits. First, this increases the number of day 1 EV installed spaces while also preserving the building power needed to attract tenants. Second, this lowers the barrier for converting stalls in the future into EV installed stalls. Here's that summary. So the middle column shows what today's city ordinance requires, and then the right column is what our variance and participation in the EVSI program would allow. Starting with cost, in both cases, the owner tenant buys the chargers. Under the ordinance, the building owner tenant must design, install, maintain the wiring, plug and charger to EV capable spaces. Under the EVSI program, the EV design and supply infrastructure is provided by Excel at no cost. From an installation perspective, under the ordinance, the building owner and tenant must solicit bids and oversee the engineer and contractor, and they must install and maintain the infrastructure. Using the EVSI program, Excel provides turnkey design and construction services for the infrastructure. Participants can also lease the chargers from Excel for a truly hands-off process. We've discussed the electrical capacity limits of the ordinance in detail. The EVSI program removes those limits. And finally, by exceeding the day one installed equipment, the EVSI program allows tenants and owners to be considered for subsidies through Charge Ahead Colorado program. In summary, the variance request, along with participation in the EVSI program, improves tenant attraction, provides more EV installed spaces on day one, and lowers the barrier for expanding EV in the future. If you go to the next slide, we'll just wrap up with a couple quick renderings. We worked with staff in great detail on providing these renderings to show the proposed building within the existing context. Here's a view looking southeast from Wadsworth Boulevard. Along Wadsworth, we have included a berm and additional trees and landscape bed to help screen the parking along Wadsworth Boulevard. The beds include shrubs and ornamental grasses that grow vertically to maximize screening. Next. And here's a view looking northeast along Wadsworth Boulevard. As you can see, the existing City of Broomfield sign right at our front door, reinforcing the entrance into the city and county of Broomfield. Next slide. And here's a rendering standing in Shepsfield Park looking to the southwest. Here you can see the landscape screening at work. The trees, shrubs, and ornamental grasses provide a backdrop to the park and help screen the proposed retaining walls. Next slide. The design character of the proposed building is critical to the success of this project, and we took great effort to deliver an elevated, sophisticated design above and beyond the typical blank industrial box. The site plan was carefully organized to place truck courts and yards behind the buildings and farther from public view. Building masses include variation in roofline or parapet, varied or stepped wall, and utilization of high texture, high quality materials, providing visual enhancement to the public view. Pedestrian reception features and amenities extend into the outdoors, providing welcoming entries and connections to pedestrian walkways. Next slide. In closing, we spent the last 2 years working with city staff, CDOT, the airport, and our neighbors to refine the design of the site plan. This revised plan complies with the very limited uses allowed in the comp plan and the airport environs land use plan. It provides 2 required points of access for fire and emergency access, with a primary access along Wadsworth, which is identified as a truck route, and secondary access to Uptown. It has exceeded Broomfield's setback and open area requirements to push the buildings farther to the west to enhance their visibility along Wadsworth while providing additional room for screening to the northeast. With the BRT and the residential development that has happened over the past few years, it also provides a unique opportunity for people to walk to jobs here. And finally, it assists in the city and county of Broomfield's long-term goals of creating an employment hub. That concludes our presentation. We respectfully request your approval for our plan as proposed, and our full team is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in-person public comments. So if you would like to be heard, come on up to the podium. And state your name and neighborhood for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hello again.
Hello again.
I'm Christy Sarda. I live in Venue at Arista. I'm the president of our HOA board. We have 120 units, and we are one of the highest paying property tax people in the city. Just to note. So one of the things is that we're a little concerned. I have not heard any homeowner that is for this in our community. We were promised a lot over the years. I've been a resident for 8 years, promised, you know, we're going to have a walking community. It's urban. You have a bus area. Well, they took away our direct bus route to the airport. So I don't know, you know, it's not really walkable. We have a few restaurants downtown, you know, down in the main area by First Bank Event Center. And we were hoping that we would have things that would be useful for residents to use. Instead of we have to drive, we have to get in our car and we have to walk, you know, drive somewhere. The closest grocery store is north or south, so a couple miles. One of the concerns also too is the noise. We already have, you know, double the amount of air traffic that we did 8 years ago. And yes, I realize we all agreed that we live near an airport, but at that time, 8 years ago, we didn't have the double amount plus the expansion that they are doing now. And so we're a little concerned of, There's going to be noise barriers, but does it stop at the barrier, the noise that you hear all day? Because we also hear traffic on Wadsworth, traffic on 36. And during the summer, there's a lot of racing cars. And is this going to be a 24/7, trucks coming in? Is there going to be manufacturing going on? How loud is it going to be? Are the residents, because the other homeowners that are across the street that are going to be very close to them, are they going to be impacted by the noise? We don't know yet. Do we have tenants lined up already that are going to be using this? Those are questions that we'd like to have answered. One of the things too, it's pretty dangerous on Wadsworth Parkway. That's right over the top of the hill. And so not to have a stoplight, it's already really busy. That's like 45 to 50 miles per hour. And so it's pretty dangerous. And I was wondering if they do get tax breaks for coming into the property. And I guess I was wondering if there's other buildings that have this capability, functionality, like in Interlaken. Are all the buildings in Interlaken being used for all the industrial and businesses that we have? Because we also have Flatirons Crossing, Flatirons area that have a lot of abandoned buildings. So it'd be nice if we could utilize buildings that have already been built instead of building something new like this. It's wow and cool, but it's really high also too, obstructing more views. We're becoming more citified instead of being, making it user-friendly for the homeowners that live there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jim Farina. I'm a resident at the venue at Arista. I sent you a letter yesterday with some of our concerns. I'm not going to sit here and go through that. You can, when you're bored, you can look at it as you want. But I'm here to remind you of something very important. I'm a resident and a homeowner in Broomfield, and you support me. You don't support developers. You support the residents. And as I mentioned in my note, there is nothing about this project that benefits the residents of Arista. We have traffic problems that you're aware of. We have snow removal problems that you're aware of. It only gets worse. You start making changes to the plan. And when do the changes stop? I don't want to live in Commerce City. I want to live in Broomfield. And I put the onus on you to do the right thing for the residents here in Broomfield. Thank you very much and have a great evening.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in person who would like to speak on this? Come on up.
Roxy Jula Lockmore. My concern is the first picture that she showed was a beautiful building that was already built down on Santa Fe. It's nice and shiny. Okay, I'm a pilot, and the first time the sun hits any of your building, or if you have metal or something that reflects it back into the pilot as they're landing or taking off. And if anything, God forbid, ever happens because of that, and if it could be proven, you will be liable. So please, in your structures that you build, make sure that there is nothing that can reflect back up or at an angle that would even come close to that area that you are in, because you are in the critical takeoff and landing zone of the main runway on that airport. So that's my only concern, is you can go and take all the aluminum or whatever and scruff it up so it doesn't reflect back up. You can make everything reflect back down to the ground. I don't care. But don't let it reflect back up or at an angle that it, even at a distance, can hit people in the eyes, cars driving down Wadsworth, which that can happen too. or airplanes. It doesn't matter. Just don't let it reflect back into anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in person?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Joe Zapita. I'm the project manager for the Arista development. We would support this project. This would be a very good project for the area. This project will be well done, and it would bring great employment to the area. And we believe it's a good use of this land. So we would support that. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have one person on the phone, so we'll go to our online commenters next. Lucas, it's your turn and you have 3 minutes.
Awesome. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucas Reed. I'm a resident of the Arista neighborhood, and I'm extremely opposed to this development. It stands in stark contrast to the core mission of the Arista neighborhood. While this plot isn't officially part of the Arista neighborhood, its very close proximity has a direct effect on the community, and its impact on our neighborhood should be considered. Placing a large industrial complex feet from residents will devalue homes, become an eyesore, and ruin the views of many residents, be a source of noise, and can prove to be a safety concern. A large industrial complex will also dampen the atmosphere of the nearby and vibrant downtown Arista. The proposed plan was even revised since its conception to place the building even higher than originally anticipated, now rising well above Uptown Ave. This will greatly impact views, and this concrete monstrosity will stick out like a sore thumb. The developer said they will address this with architectural features, but it's still an ugly industrial complex that rises into the sky while being right next to a beautiful neighborhood. This, and them trying to get out of the EV parking requirement, shows how little the out-of-state developer cares about the Broomfield community and its residents. This is still a warehouse with noisy semi-trucks that will disrupt the peace of the adjacent park and those who live nearby. There's also the safety concern of having a warehouse sitting feet from homes and families, and the potential for crime in the late hours. I understand this plot has limited use cases due to the proximity to the airport, but that doesn't mean this plan is the right use for this land. The developer makes it sound like warehouse is the only thing that can go into this parcel, but that's not true. There are other uses for this land, and in fact, almost anything else would be better. People currently use the space to walk and exercise their dogs, and it's a safe haven for wildlife. There are better uses for this land, and we shouldn't rush and jump to conclusions when it's clearly the wrong move for the community. Between ruining home values, ruining views, adding commercial noise to a residential area, and adding safety risk to nearby families, I can't stress how bad this is for residents. All of this with no value added to the community. Would you want this if you lived in Arista? I'd also like to point out this proposal has received overwhelmingly negative feedback. Last time I checked, there were 26 comments, all of which were unanimously and strongly opposed to this plan. Many people have gone out of their way to make a public comment to you, our elected officials, that this proposal is wrong for Broomfield. The community is united in its opposition to this proposal. The developer has not done a sufficient job at addressing community concerns. The point of having elected officials is to represent the community and stand up for us in matters like this one. I'm honestly shocked that this is even being considered, given how bad of an impact this will have on Broomfield's wonderful Arista community. Please give citizens like me a reason to continue to participate in local government and a reason to vote for my elected officials by caring about what we're saying here, by hearing that this is the wrong move. Please do the right thing and represent your constituents and reject this proposal. It's the wrong move for Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to go ahead and give the applicant an opportunity to respond to some of the concerns brought up by the public. And then we're going to take our 10-minute recess to take a break before we go to council comments. So Bonnie?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. Key items that we'd like to address. One, just a little bit about noise, hours, and use. Second, the demand for this. I'm going to have Jeff answer those two questions. And then reflectivity, which that's a great comment. We actually talked to the airport very early on. We actually asked if there was a potential to put solar on this building. And they told us basically no, because of the reflectivity and making sure that it was still safe for people flying in those planes. So that's something that we've certainly studied. As we pick the final materials during the building permit process, we'll make sure to keep an eye on that too and make sure that we're providing safe building materials. With that, I'm going to have Jeff just talk a little bit about noise, hours, use, and demand. Thanks.
Thank you. When we were evaluating the site to add an employment use, we identified a couple things about Broomfield. One is that it has a well-educated workforce. And the biggest thing that we see across all of the projects we do, all of the companies we interact with, the most critical component today is staffing. It's attracting and retaining the proper type of talent in your organization to make you successful. The competition for employees is at an all-time high. Everyone knows unemployment rates are low. Employees have an opportunity to choose where they work. They have a lot more leverage today and a lot more say in where they work and how they work. What we've seen over and over the past 5+ years is that walkable, mixed use, Class A environments are the preferred place for companies to operate. The high quality housing, both rental, ownership, attached, detached, accessibility to that is of paramount importance. And this particular site fulfills all of those characteristics. Oftentimes, commercial is a buffer between busy airports and residential. We see that all the time. And I think in this particular case, it's not any different. Rocky Mountain Airport is a very busy airport. I think when you see the types of businesses that occupy this space, this isn't one large building. This is small companies that are seeking flexible space because they are oftentimes in maybe light assembly or technology, or there could be some form of local light distribution. The project is not set up for giant semi-heavy traffic. We've worked with NDOT, or excuse me, we've worked with CDOT, I would say tirelessly on this Wadsworth connection. And I think we've gotten a really great solution here. So I think in terms of uses that you see, this is not one resident mentioned Commerce City. This is a office component. This is oftentimes a clean room component. This could be some warehouse component. It's flexible space, but it's designed and built at the highest standard in the industry. And we've put a great deal of emphasis on design to attract the types of companies that like Broomfield and want to be here and that are here already, and to accommodate employment growth. And it's one of the few places that is bikeable and walkable to work with high quality housing. So in terms of use and those types of operations, the buildings are not set up for giant distribution centers like you may see in other parts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Were there any other questions you wanted to address? Okay, well, we'll get to those with council. I know my council. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 8:23. We'll be back at 8:33. So we'll see you then. Welcome back. So we're going to continue on with the conversation for Broomfield Urban Transit Village filing number 23. And we're now going to proceed with council questions and borough members. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? I'll wait. Oh, Councilmember Marshall should.
Thank you, Mayor. I have some questions and kind of ponder this. Couple questions for staff. This space cannot be used for residential, correct?
Thank you, Councilmember. That is correct, due to the proximity of the airport.
And does that also include things like retail and grocery stores and the such?
It does not. Grocery, commercial uses, office uses, employment uses, those would be permitted. Residential or gathering areas like churches would not be permitted.
Okay. Do we know what the history, I mean, because Council Review was before it's on council, the history of other proposals for this land?
That's a good question. And I try to really have a good memory for proposals, and I do not recall other proposals for this project. I know we've received a number of inquiries over the years, but they've all been employment related that I'm aware of, other than the north section of the site closer to the area that's not included in the site development plan.
And the next question is, I know we're not talking about that specifically tonight, but what is the thinking long-term on that parcel?
I'd ask the applicant to address that.
As part of our discussions with the neighborhood back in 2021, we separated that parcel, and that remains in the ownership of the original owner who's had it since the 70s. So I'm not sure what his plans are for that site.
Okay, thank you. One other question, two other questions for staff. The long-range financial plan impact of this?
Sorry, I'm going to have to look that one up. Just a moment.
Okay.
Jeff Romine's right behind you. It's positive, but I don't know the amount. Mr. Romine?
Your memory might be better than
Yeah,
mine today.
I'm sorry about
I'm a
that.
little jet lagged.
And we'll just leave it there. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, City County Manager Hoffman. So as you'll note within the memo, we didn't necessarily give a specific amount in this particular case because of the wide variety and the range that it could be. So depending upon what the mix is, if it's got a retail orientation or kind of a sales tax orientation, could be pretty high, above $500,000 annually. At a minimum, I would expect it to be around 200,000, 250,000 annually. That would be if it's just that primary commercial use, that would be flex and some other uses. And so that's what that equates to as a net positive.
Okay, thank you. And then one final question on the landscaping discussion we had last week related to water conservation and upcoming. Will that, if we go forward with that, will that impact this development particularly?
Thank you for the opportunity to address that. No, this project, assuming that action is taken this evening regarding the site development plan, that would then not apply. The landscape ordinance will have an effective date that will have to be established with that ordinance. And then future site development plans or building permits, not with a site development plan, that are reviewed after the effective date would then be subject to those requirements.
Okay, thank you. And then one question for the applicant. The sidewalk that are you building a sidewalk along Wadsworth, or is it just the trail?
We are building a sidewalk along Wadsworth, along our western property boundary. And then we also are building the east-west trail along the southern property edge that connects up to Uptown.
Okay, but you're not connecting, because you're not developing that northern part, you're not going to connect that portion of the sidewalk to the sidewalk that's north.
Correct.
Okay.
that landowner, as they develop that site, will be a part of that. And just given the grading challenges of the property, want to make sure they can work through those details with their site development plan.
Okay. And then I guess one other question. The concerns of the neighbors that are directly adjacent to this is a lot to do with the impact of the views, the impact of the traffic. Could you go into addressing those a little bit more?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna address just kind of the grading the views a little bit. I'm gonna have one of our traffic engineers come up and just give a high level summary of the traffic piece. And if you have specific questions.
I do have one question along with that. The pictures of the trees, for example, we all know trees take a while to grow and they are water intensive. So are there alternatives to the trees, or what is it going to look like for the residents in the meantime?
I'm going to have our landscape architect come up. I don't recall the specifics, just regarding the landscape ordinance that you mentioned earlier. Well, they're coming up. We are very committed to using low water use plants and making sure that we're limiting sod. So that's something that's part of our designs. Regardless, we're certainly excited to read that draft landscape update when that comes out. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about grading and views. So the existing conditions of the site are really what dictate how this site is developed. Part of our initial concept review meetings and the neighborhood meetings were, how do we eliminate traffic from cutting through the residential developments to the east? And also, how do we kind of buffer these uses? And so using Wadsworth as our truck route, that's the most important, and that's the key area for access to happen on this site. So we started at Wadsworth, and then we have today, there's 77 feet of fall from Wadsworth to Uptown. So we have to find a place to draw that line between the two existing uses. So we started at Wadsworth where that primary access is, to make sure any of our trucks, deliveries, things like that, we're using that and staying away from the neighbors. From there, we went through, working with the fire department on what kind of access grades we could have throughout the site, really trying to keep those uses as far away from the adjacent neighbors and fronting along Wadsworth so that we could create that entry into the city. We could make sure the industrial or the flex uses are successful from a visibility perspective. And keeping things away from the neighbors. So really it was the existing conditions that we had to deal with from day one that dictate how the site is graded. With that, I'm gonna, whoever stands up first, landscape or traffic. All right, we're gonna start with landscape. Thanks.
Thanks, Bonnie. I think I was closer to the podium. My name's Jared Carlin with Norris Design, 1101 Bannock Street. So we've worked extensively with the city staff on landscaping and the buffering around the perimeter of the project. And we have we have a very small amount of irrigated turf at the front entrance and then at the two gathering areas, and the rest of it's all native seed. And then the other plant material is all going to be irrigated with drip irrigation. And we are looking forward to the new ordinance and figuring out how we can best work with the new ordinance with future projects. I would echo what Bonnie said, as we've been trying to be our firm's trying to be on the forefront of saving water, and the plant material that we're speccing is also xeric. It does well in Colorado. It's gonna hopefully not take a ton of water. So we're on the same page there. And then from a screening standpoint, the renderings show probably what those trees are going to look like in 7 to 10 years. So they will get bigger, but initially they're going to be small probably. And then we'll grow in and screen the project more and more over time.
Hi there, Brandon Wilson with SMROCHA Traffic Transportation, 8700 Turnpike. We are the traffic consultants who prepared the traffic impact study, and we've worked diligently with CDOT staff and with city staff. And our traffic analysis concluded that all of the study intersections operate within the city and county's limits.
It is all I have right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have, well, I'd like to say a few questions, but we'll see. In relation to the types of jobs that are going to be associated with this project, what is their income range?
Either Jeff will take.
The buildings are very flexible, so it's going to depend on which companies show up. So it's hard for us to pin it at the moment. All we can do is design the project to attract the types of tenants that we see gravitating toward Broomfield and accommodate their uses. So perhaps Jeff has a better handle on that. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Sometimes I just anticipate that I was supposed to come up, so I jumped a little too quick. I apologize for that. So as you can imagine, one of the parallels might be what we're seeing in other parts of the community. So as an example, up on the further north in the Via Vara neighborhood, you've got Crocs, obviously with its headquarters using the similar kinds of space, as well as Conga, which is IT and high-end engineers and software developers. So that would be in the 120 range, 120,000 a year, so roughly $60 to $70 an hour. At the other end, of course, you can see production workers and others oftentimes being in the $25 to $30 range, and that'd be the lower end. One of the things, as I mentioned earlier to the other council member's question, and that is there is a range here, and that's the difficult part. Unlike residential, where we kind of know what it's going to be, with commercial space, there's that broad flexibility. So as you can imagine, nearby is the WeatherTech building, which is primarily almost a light industrial building. And you can imagine that produces significant sales tax. The trade-off, of course, is those workers are probably making 25 to 35 an hour. It is a production facility as well as a retail facility. So that's why these things, I'm kind of doing a little bit of this all the time, because I just can't give you a specific answer until we see what the tenants will be.
Okay, thank you. In relation to that question for the developer, how involved will you be in selecting, if any, who leases those spaces? Do you have a preferred list? Do you actively seek out candidates, et cetera?
All the above. I think we work with some of the top real estate brokers in the community that track the types of tenants that are currently out looking for space. We're very, very involved. We personally negotiate and approve every tenant that comes in the building. And generally, it's based upon how appropriate the use is, the type of company it is, and generally the financials of the company. So we're very involved.
Okay, so does that mean you'll be looking more for businesses that produce lower volumes of traffic, particularly heavy traffic, whether that be trucks, box trucks, et cetera?
I think typically what you see with this product is it's one of the lowest traffic generators of its product type. We've agreed to a intersection that we think works really well for CDOT at 112th, but there wasn't enough traffic being generated to justify a stoplight there. So historically, what we've seen across all of the projects we've done is these are typically low generators. These aren't Amazon type fulfillment centers. They're small tenants. They're smaller buildings. And even the ability for trucks to get in and out is quite limited if you look at the site plan relative to other heavier uses.
Okay, thank you. We're going to switch some gears now and go to EV charging. I want to first address, does the way the building is set up allow for EV charging of more heavier vehicles such as delivery vans, box trucks, et cetera, whatever may come of that, if this is approved? Does this project and the way high energy users impact the amount of energy required from the panel prohibit such charging infrastructure for those vehicles?
Kyle Walker with Lepore Partners, 2801 Camelback Road. In relation to your question, right now, the variance that we're proposing, it's placing the level 2 chargers within the employee parking lot. So no, it wouldn't be set up for trucks or van trucks back in the truck court. That is something that would be possible at the discretion of the tenant if it accommodated their fleet, if it was a need that they desired.
Okay, so let me ask you just a more pointed question about that. Does the 4,000 amp panel and the required energy get factored into that, or is that type of charging infrastructure more in line with the added energy requirements from regular car charging infrastructure?
If I understand your question, let me answer it by this way. So in our proposed solution using the Excel EVSI program, we're going to have our EV through a standalone metered line extension of power. Therefore, one of the benefits is it makes the 4,000 amps, which is the capacity of our switchgear at each building, it makes that irrelevant. It's bringing the power for the EV infrastructure directly from the Excel power grid, which I don't know the exact numbers, but it's far beyond 4,000 amps. And really that's one of the long-term benefits of the variance that we're proposing, is that by utilizing Excel's program, if you were to take the ordinance by the letter of the law, based on our parking stall count, you're looking at 151 future EV parking stalls. And out of over 500 parking stalls, through the EV program through Excel, which takes the 4,000 amp service completely off the table, it's really somewhat uncapped in the future if the demand is there with landlord tenant needs. So I don't know if that answered your question, but I wanted to clarify that the 4,000 amp switchgear, the capacity of our building in our scenario, is deemed somewhat irrelevant, which is one of the benefits.
Okay. The next thing I want to get into is the solar question that, or comment that was given by the developer. When you talked with the airport, how quick was that conversation? Because I know there are solar panels on the market that are non-glare and are in line with FAA tolerances for uses in airport situations, along with DoD, Department of Defense situations.
Going off of memory, the correspondence with the airport was, I want to say, back in last fall, late summer, after our first SDP review. It was fairly brief, but again, because of the proximity to the runway, it was deterred. And our company's done a number of projects near airports and even on airport land in the past. And I'm not aware of the products you're talking about. Not saying they don't exist, but to echo one of the residents, the sensitivity to rooftop glare from buildings is one of the biggest concerns that I've personally run across in working with airports.
Yes, I understand that. And I think that shows that you should have done a little more research as to those options that are out there, because there are solar panels that meet FAA requirements for glare, and I think we also call it glint or something like that. My next question, going back to EV, is based on the EVSI program, how much, if we were to approve this ordinance, we get 48 essentially 48 spots. How much of that program can you use in the future to expand the amount of EV charging at the development?
It would really be, I don't want to say unlimited, because that is going to be subject to Excel to properly review an application and design. But in our correspondence and our many meetings with Excel over the past year, that has certainly been one of the benefits that the program brings, is that, and it's coming out of the LERC meeting, especially, we realized that was something we needed to drill down on a little bit more, was the fact that through this variance, even though we're asking to get away from the EV capable, which is some of the future proofing. We feel that the long-term potential through the EVSI program even exceeds the ordinance itself. It's not capped by the building power, which almost guaranteed would be tapped out at 151 stalls, maybe even before that. It also provides the power, which is going through a separate meter at what equates to almost a 50% reduction in the usage rate, the power charges through the program, which when we crunched some very raw numbers with Excel, using that discounted rate for their EV program, it was north of 5 figures per month. So it was significant. So when we're talking about lowering barriers of entry into EV as a community or on this development specifically, we continue to see the Excel program as successful in that mission and providing a lot of incentive and dropping a lot of barriers for future tenants to expand it beyond even what the ordinance goal is.
Okay, thank you. And then I don't know if you can answer this, or maybe this is more of a staff question. The hiccup, I will say, in the EVSI program is that Excel's agreement with the PUC prohibits these funds from being used towards EV capable products, correct?
And EV ready.
And EV ready.
Those fall into the category of what they call future proofing. That's kind of their term, but it equates to the EV ready, EV capable. They will only support day one EV installed. It's through their agreement with the Public Utility Commission. And we even tried to discuss different scenarios of that where, different contractors would do parts of it. It was a non-starter.
Okay. The question I have for that is that a agreement that essentially was forced by the PUC through its regulatory authority, or was that something that Excel just determined it only wanted to do the EV installed? Call it.
Certainly don't want to speak directly for Excel, and I believe they've done some outreach with the city, letting city staff know they're available for questions. My understanding through conversations about that constraint in the program is that it is actually a restriction imposed by the PUC to limit essentially monopoly on EV power grid.
All right, thank you.
That's our understanding as well, Austin.
Wonderful, thank you. I have a question for staff as it relates to the parking requirements. Does this property fall within the Arista Development's parking exemption requirements?
It does not. So the parking limitations in Arista, you're correct, are different. There really isn't a parking minimum. That is not applicable here.
Okay, thank you. My next question is going to be for the developer along those lines. If you're wanting to locate in what we have deemed a transit-oriented development area, and you want to get people that work in the area or that work there to live in the area and walk, why are you proposing to exceed Broomfield's code by well over 100 parking spaces and not try and go underneath to incentivize particularly businesses to move in that pay the jobs to live in that area and don't require the use of a car to get somewhere?
I'm not sure where the exceeding by 100 comes from. I believe we're
close.
showing 517 are required. We're providing 522.
Oh,
And
sorry, I
no,
misread it. Thank you.
that's totally fine. And I think a lot of it has to do with not knowing the exact uses that will be in this building and making sure we're providing sufficient parking for those tenants without disrupting the neighborhood. It's also, we truly try to limit the variances that we're asking for on these development plans. And in this case, we are, even with meeting the requirements, we're still exceeding the open area. So we try to find the right balance in all these projects and make sure we're not impacting the neighborhood too much and limiting the variances that we're asking for.
I'm out of time. Thank you.
I was just going to say that. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I didn't know I was next. Thank you for all these questions up here. Thank you all for being here. And I remember this project a while ago through the COVID stuff. So I appreciate you guys coming back. It looks better, much better than it did. And so I appreciate you listening to feedback, not only from City Council, but from the surrounding areas. A few of my fellow council members asked the same questions that I had about key issues. Councilmember Marshall asked that one. And then I was concerned about the PUC and what their role is with the electricity. I do have just some questions. We talked a little bit about the Excel EVSI drawbacks, or sorry, EVSI things that are just really good about it, right? So things that we're benefiting from, and I understand why you guys need that. Can you just explain what maybe some drawbacks could be? Are there impacts to the neighborhood? What sort of impacts would there be?
You're asking about specific drawbacks by using the Excel program?
The Excel EVSI program.
Right. Maybe I'm guilty of drinking the Kool-Aid, but the more we have learned about this program, the more we really don't look at this variance as a request to dodge the system. It has benefits that just jump off the page for us in terms of the future capabilities, not capping the infrastructure at building power capacity, reduced power consumption rates by 50%. We're not aware of any disadvantages that would have been on our radar. And we've spent a lot of time looking at this, since maybe last September.
Probably holistically, yeah. And this does not sort of cap any sort of predetermined ways that we can have sort of EV ready areas as well in the future, right?
Well, again, the EV capable and EV ready are what are the exclusions from the PUC/Excel. So when
So it just depends on
expansions are done in the future, it always, unless anything changes in the future, but as it currently stands, any future expansions through that program would be pure day one EV chargers.
So it doesn't
Councilmember
seem like it's
Hinkle,
an infrastructure thing.
we've learned an awful, I don't want to say an awful lot about this program, but the applications, this developer aside, even if they weren't in this room tonight, moving forward, the variance would be just the opposite. The variance will become why aren't they using this program? And so from a PUC perspective, so you're on the same line of staff's curiosity about is if it seems too good to be true, right? Then it probably is. And that is not what we're finding on this. And so again, part of the cadence, we've all experienced the incredible rate hikes that everybody looks to the PUC and says, why do you continue to say yes to Excel? And part of that is this ever demanding charge towards EV. And everybody continues to say yes to EV and yes to EV and yes to EV. And so from Excel's perspective, if their grid is not capable to absorb the ever increasing demand from an EV perspective, part of that cadence, which is why they're defining those two components now, what the difference between EV ready and EV capable. So our first blush at it as well, and one of the reasons that developing that relationship with Excel and the new district manager is being able to ask these questions. Again, this developer aside, we're going to be seeing more and more of the understanding and almost demand to be accessing that exact program.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it seems like they're really kind of gearing up on the outside for the future to be gearing up on the inside, if that makes sense as far as EV capable, EV ready. Okay,
We've asked the same questions. What's the catch? And
yeah,
we haven't found it.
okay. And then one last question, and then I just have a comment. Maybe I'll have a comment later, actually. We have comments later. I just reminded myself of that because I don't like it when people add comments in the question part. Our developer here, we've listened to the people speak a little bit tonight about, that's an area, that is sort of a desert for grocery stores, right? So what have you guys done on the front end in sort of attracting any sort of businesses that could benefit the residents in that area? I know it can be kind of a touchy subject for developers. And I know that you guys are doing your due diligence to reach out to places to gain access to those types of services. So I just wanted to hear your answer to that.
So we typically survey communities and properties that we pursue. And in this particular case, we found that this is a better employment site than it is a retail grocery site, in our opinion, certainly for what we see up and down Wadsworth. The property has been owned by this seller since about the mid 1970s. Generally, I guess the great thing about living in the US is the free economy takes care of where the demand is. I'm not aware of what's been applied for there before. We certainly haven't pursued retail grocery. We don't see it as a site for that. We see it checks all the boxes for employment. And that's what's missing from, this vibrant mixed use community of Arista.
I don't know. I have all these questions about grocery stores in different areas anyway. What goes into deciding if it's a good area or not for a grocery store or light industrial or whatnot? What are your thought processes on that?
So I know demographics and traffic count are paramount for grocers. Spacing between grocery stores is a big thing too. It's very possible that it may not meet it may not meet the spacing requirements of what's already there. In terms of employment, what we look for is job growth. We look for quality housing stock, rental, ownership, attached, detached, and we look for potential future growth. And this particular corridor has all of that.
Councilmember Hinkle, that is probably a more appropriate question for either Mr. Zepeda, who is the Arista. I know that they've had in the past conversations with grocery stores, but anecdotally, if Mr. Romine could come back down to the podium. And from a 50,000 foot view, what is it that draws grocery stores from the number of rooftops to access? Briefly, sir, please. Thank you.
I will. Thank you, Manager Hoffman, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So oftentimes that King Soopers, which is the predominant grocery store in this marketplace within the metro area in Colorado, as well as others that have looked in the types of communities, they look both for being nearby each other. Like it's strange, but most grocery stores like to be across the street or nearly across the street from another. The other thing that they oftentimes look for is a certain level of population, as well as the income levels. And so when you look at it, it tends to be in that 5,000 to 10,000 household range. So actually Broomfield as a whole is a strong grocery market, and we have a fair number of grocery stores. As you also know that there are 3 immediately across the street from Broomfield, 1 to the north and 2 to the south. So this is a very competitive marketplace for grocers. I know that in working with Joe on a number, and I can tell you about every 6 months, Joe sends me a question that says, hey, help me get a grocery store. Where our conversation has kind of evolved is more of a market size. A neighborhood market as opposed to a full-scale grocery store. And that may be something that could eventually come as more housing comes into this area. I hope that answers the question. There's an art and a science. And we kind of work our way through that.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like it's been answered by numbers versus opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Since Mr. Romine already went back. but I sympathize with the neighbors in terms of some of the questions they raised. It'd be helpful just to explore that a little bit. And this is probably anecdotal, but at least in my area of town near I-25, there's probably about 15 of these buildings going up right now on the Thornton side and the Broomfield side. And just, it seems like they're everywhere. Is there this demand? I mean, where is the demand level for this kind of space right now? It feels like we're at a glut level, but I could be wrong, obviously.
Council member, members of council, it's one of the interesting things is 10 years ago, I may have answered the question, there's not that much demand, but what we've seen within this marketplace and across the country is a high degree of demand for this type of space because it is so flexible. You will hear me, and you've been hearing me say this for in excess of a year. I'm probably a broken record. I no longer refer to this as light industrial. This is truly flex and innovation space. And Anna and I, as we work through things and talk about them together, it ranges everywhere from something like corporate headquarters, all the way to brew pubs. It's just everything in between. And that's the real uniqueness of this. And oftentimes what we see, and this is, there's different degrees of amenities related to these types of sites. And so they really are not the same, even though sometimes when you're driving by, they might physically look the same. I happen to note, I was driving south in the metro area, just the variety of uses down there also. So it's not unique to Broomfield. It's actually very much broad, that you get so many different types of users in these spaces.
So if people are envisioning a FedEx distribution center or something like that, a heavy machine, it's not necessarily what this could be occupied by.
Yeah, and that's one of the changes that's even occurred within light industrial. It used to be related to the fixed machines, was kind of how it's defined by my colleagues who are planners. Now it's really much more space is the way that it's looked at. And it really is that, as you point out, just that innovation. So much can be built, as we're hearing, through 3D printers, which are not heavy and don't need to be anchored to a concrete floor.
Okay. To that end, and because one thing that struck out at me at this project was the buffer between the residential and these buildings. And I can only compare it to a project on the east side of Broomfield in our ward and near Palisade and Hearthstone, where there are these buildings, similar buildings going up, but in between the residents and these buildings is a 4-lane parkway with a median, a row of townhomes, and I think there's planned to be business offices. And then we get to the flex. So it appears on the map to be quite close, just in close proximity to homes. Can you just address how we can address that concern?
Well, I think it starts with just how we can site plan it responsibly. If you look at the site plan, I don't know if our slides are still available, but you'll see that we oriented the buildings and we put the very smallest building closest to the park. There's a sizable setback there. Bonnie, what is our setback? Is it 100 feet from building to building? It's
What
significant.
slide it is, we can try to put it back up.
It's just a site plan, just any of the site plans. I don't know what they,
Site plan slide.
I can get it in 1 second.
so we oriented the buildings as there we go. So the larger buildings are closest to Wadsworth and closest to the airport. The smallest building is there at the eastern edge. And even the way that we've oriented that driveway and the slope on that driveway that wraps around between number 6 and number 7, that's not going to be visible from anyone that's servicing buildings 1 and 2 there. That wraps around the building and goes back down. It's a fairly big incline there, based on the fact there's 80 feet of difference between Wadsworth and Uptown. So we've terraced the site, and that's the lowest building also, along being the smallest.
I can give a dimension.
Yeah.
So just the southeast building, the smallest building, the northeast corner of that to our property line is 179 feet, and then we still have the park as additional space between that and the nearest residential home.
Along those lines, the memo referenced that the views would be substantially affected, but from you had a view from the park of the buildings, which would suggest they'd pretty much be wiped out. But I don't know what the view was before. Those housings are down in, heading down toward US 36. I would assume anything that goes in that property would require that kind of grading.
Yeah, absolutely. The existing 77 feet of difference between Wadsworth and Uptown. And, even like not that we could build residential uses, but, most single family homes are 30, 35 feet tall as well.
So if it was a more mixed commercial retail space, it would still have to be at that grade. Wouldn't be quite as tall as those buildings, but it would be at that height.
Yeah, I mean, each individual site plan gets graded a little bit different, how the access works, things like that. But any development would still have to accommodate that 77-foot difference.
One question on the design that you did show, there wasn't really any noise wall to buffer from the buildings. It looked like they were fully exposed on that side, if that's what I'm seeing.
On which side?
On the side facing the park. And some developments, we've asked people to have noise walls just to buffer, because once you're elevated, noise will travel. They're already impacted by the airport, I know, in Wadsworth and 36, but is there any way to mitigate if there would be trucks pulling around and backing up?
Like Jeff said, we're not really projecting a lot of heavy noise uses in this area. I think we've really focused on kind of the landscaping, being able to both visually screen the buildings as well as absorb some of that noise. I think if a heavier noise use were to come into this building, we can continue to look at landscape. I know we would have to amend the SCP for that anyways.
I mean, I think the landscaping is 10 years off to make really a difference, but I'm just, if, and you don't know what uses will come in, but if it's possible, there could be a truck usage on this side and that sound would just be projected across to the residences potentially.
I guess the other piece we haven't really touched on is just hours of operations. We're not planning for this to be 24 hours a day. So it would be more during the working day that trucks and uses would be occurring on the site.
Except we don't know who will actually be in there. I mean, we hope, but we can't guarantee that.
Right. We still have to comply with the city's zoning regulations though.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Lim.
Yes, the noise. Can staff, okay, so if there was excessive noise during nighttime hours, can staff describe to the residents what course of action the city could take to investigate that with general noise regulations?
Councilmember Lim, it would be similar to any other business or home where a complaint would be taken, depending on the time and the severity of the call. Police or code compliance would respond and then issue a summons if appropriate, and the person or the corporate entity would be called into municipal court and potentially issued a fine.
Councilmember Lim, not unlike the recent car wash complaint.
Okay, thank you. The one resident asked specifically about the vacancies in Interlochen and how this development is seen as viable when Interlochen is empty. Could either the applicant or staff address that?
Sure. I think what you see in Interlochen are buildings that have been built a long time ago in today's parlance. And they're quite different, the majority of them. They're multi-story, a lot of them. The single story is mostly purely office. There is some flex space there. But what I think you're seeing today is the need for new state-of-the-art Class A space, which this particular project is designed to. And when you look at vacancy rates, which is a measuring stick that we use to justify where and what we build, this particular pocket has a vacancy rate less than 4%. That means of all the space that's standing in the northwest submarket, which includes Broomfield, Louisville, a number of the other surrounding Jefferson County, sub 4%, where 6% and above is healthy and probably closer to 8 or 9. So we see a significant need for it, and we don't see enough supply, even in other jurisdictions adjacent to you, being delivered.
Okay. You talked about, the applicant spoke about this would be a good employment center, but part of the amenities of an employment center you mentioned would be that it would be walkable. How do you reconcile that statement with the fact, like, well, we recognize that there's not a grocery or any access to those necessities immediately in the area, and the residents are pointing that out. They wanted a grocery store in this area. You're saying an employment center should be walkable. So there isn't a grocery store. So how do you see those two statements to go together then?
Well, I think one thing that I think we realized early with working with the city is how important your trail system was. And we spent, I would say, months on this site plan, calibrating, tweaking, adjusting, and adding trails that wrap the entire project. It ties everything together. If you look at the site plan, they're extensive. They're very nice. It makes the project, I think, super walkable, bikeable. You can easily walk to the shops in the Main Street section of downtown Arista, which is what I'm talking about being walkable. But oftentimes in these areas where you have such a heavy industrial anchor, like an airport, like Rocky Mountain, you typically are limited by, what's across the street from you, which is the tip of the runway. So there's not maybe lined with restaurants on Wadsworth, but there's certainly plenty that can be accessed. Even on a beautiful day here, you can walk to Starbucks. Yeah, it's a walk, or you could ride your bike. I mean, that's the type of amenities I'm talking about.
Okay. There's something else Arestin asked I wanted to follow up on. Okay, that's it. The EV, a question to follow up. Councilmember Ward asked a lot of good questions about the Excel EVSI program. I'm glad we found out some more about that. That's great. Thank you, staff, for that information. So obviously it's a little perplexing because the purpose of our EV ordinance was to have the capable and ready spaces in order to have quick expansion if necessary. I mean, obviously putting the conduit in from the first place is easier than trying, and then I don't know what Excel is thinking exactly. They're going to put it in after the fact. It's going to be harder. I don't quite get their perspective on that. But if the Excel EVSE program were to terminate for some reason, we don't have any guarantee that it's going to be perpetual. What would be your approach then to responding to tenant requests for the EV infrastructure?
It's a really good question. And in fact, it's something that came up in conversation between us and Excel. It seemed like an obvious question to ask, so we vetted that. And just like City and County of Broomfield, as well as a lot of other communities, are expanding the emphasis on an EV network within their communities. Excel is doing the same thing, and they're ramping up. What we were told is that they're already in communication with the PUC to continue the program, but also with extra incentives for users, as well as increase the funding, which they currently are, I think, just north of 100 million, to get it up to over 300 million, because the program goals are so aggressive and they see such a strong need. So based on our communication with Excel, it felt as though this was here to stay, and actually more incentives and benefits were being added that weren't disclosed to us, but are in the works.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you elaborate on the bike rack and storage spaces available in this facility?
So we have 12 bicycle racks providing 24 spaces. We've also included 3 outdoor storage lockers, which accommodate 6 bikes each. So that's an additional 18 spaces for 42 total spaces. And then I believe those storage lockers also accommodate charging for electric bikes.
Okay, thank you. And then also touching on the outdoor seating spaces, what is the area of these spaces? Are they open to the public? Are they semi-open? What is the status of that?
They're generally intended to be used privately, but there's nothing blocking them off, I would say.
Got it. Okay. And then we already touched on the question, my concern about the number of open office spaces, so we don't have to rehash that. Here's a question. Could this space hypothetically be compatible with a grocery store in the future?
The building's designed as proposed. I wouldn't think so, just from the way the buildings are designed, and just accessibility to the public. I don't know from a sizing perspective if the parcel to the north is big enough, but it could potentially occur on that north 6-acre parcel.
Okay.
That wasn't allowed use there.
Got it. All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just have 2 questions. The first one is on the north lot 2 versus the south lot 1. And I know we're only focusing on the south lot right now, but just curious, because these changes definitely improve that visibility to the north side. Do you have any immediate intentions or thoughts you have towards that? What could go in there, and could that plan include a grocery store or something, and when that would come forward?
When we had met with the neighbors back in 2021, in order to not impact the front of the residential there that faces directly on to destination, we eliminated that component from our plan, and that's in the hands now of the original owner that's had it from the 70s. So we're not sure of their plan, but it's large enough to accommodate it's 6.5 acres.
Okay, I understood that's not part of your plan.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. And then just the one specific question on building 3, when you drive in and then you have to drive all the way in and then back out around to get over to buildings 1 and 2, is that intentional? Or is that just not viewed right? It was on like the second page.
Well, the thing that you're not seeing on the plan is that there's a pretty good grade difference there, and the 2 parking lots are not connected.
Oh, so that's the reason why.
Yeah, so in order to get that back building lower, we had to sort of separate it from 2, and then the driveway is the common connector.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. 1 second, council member. You made reference to a truck court. So I'm looking at page 19 of the memo, and it's kind of the circulation plan. Is that interior, I don't know if that's on the slide, where would that truck court be located? I think it's in between building 1 and 2, but
Yes, that's exactly correct.
are those loading docks? Are they, okay, so
Yes.
those are loading docks
Yes.
on the interior?
Yes.
Okay. Because I saw the stalls were twice as long when I zoomed in.
Yep.
All right, that's all I have. Round 2, Councilmember Marshall.
Just one follow-up question. Thank you, Mayor. The EV charging stations, are those going to be the typical charging stations you see where the user, the person with the car pays for it at the time of use? Or are those anticipated to be paid for by the tenants of the facility? And then a follow-up question to that is if they're the pay at the time of use type of chargers, will they be open to the public during off hours or whenever?
The program that we'd be running this through Excel, it doesn't handcuff that. So there is an opportunity that it can be charged for. But most likely it's going to be somewhat discretionary as tenant leases are executed. And the EV is no doubtedly going to be a topic of discussion during those contracts.
Do you anticipate the parking lots having signs that say no parking, no those types of, visitors, sorry.
Like EV only parking?
Or no, I'm sorry, the like non-resident or non-tenant vehicles will be towed or something like that, dude. I guess the question is, if they're for charging, can non-employees of the facility or non-visitors, could they come in and charge their car during the off hours, for example?
Theoretically, they could. Again, it's not a gated development. We hadn't talked about putting up signage about that exact issue. I mean, I think that's down the road if it became a nuisance to tenants potentially. So.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you. Just one last question on the EV charging. How are you going to designate where in the property those 48 stalls will be? Are you going to congregate them to one particular building? Are you going to divide them up between the 3? Can you just explain that, please?
So we've looked at a number of options and believe currently on the SDP plan, it has them somewhat set up in small clusters around all 3 buildings, but trying to locate them conveniently to where potential tenant spaces may be demised. As we get deeper into the actual design and engineering of it with Excel, we have to pay attention to some just electrical engineering constraints about voltage drop over long distances. But simply put, we absolutely would be making clusters per building so that there's not the haves and have-nots on our property.
All right, thank you. And then my last question is going to go back to the bike parking since I ran out of time the first time. You tout this as a walkable and bikeable type project, and yet you're only offering 42 bike parking spaces compared to over 500 car parking spaces. Can you elaborate on that discrepancy while touting this as some walkable, bikeable thing?
I think bike parking is easily adjusted upward based on demand. And if there's demand for however many bikes, we're happy to accommodate them. I'm a biker myself. I also have an electric car. And I think we can size that up relatively easily. And if there's demand for it, we can add more.
Yeah, I think the hard part with that is we don't have a bike culture in America, and they're just going to assume there's not enough bike parking, so why bike there? So I think the hard part with that comment is our lack of bike culture.
Well, if we see that their bike racks are being used on the regular, we're happy to add more. It's a simple add.
All right, thank you. I think part of the reason we don't have a bike culture is because we have Colorado weather. I'm just going to put it out there that most of the time, the weather changes every 5 minutes, and I'm just not going to take a chance. getting caught in it.
I looked to the Netherlands for your answer on that one.
The Netherlands, they're so ahead of me. All right, so next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2214 on first reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2214 by title?
Ordinance number 2214, vacating a portion of Destination Drive located within Broomfield Urban Transit Village, filing number 4, first reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Henkel?
Are we doing the UR one as well?
No, eventually, yeah, we have to get through this
The first one?
vacation, yeah, vacating, vacation.
Okay, so it's resolution 2023-74, is that right? Sorry.
Oh, you just had a question. You didn't want to make the motion?
I do want to make the motion, I just want to make sure I'm doing it right.
It's a long one.
It's a long one. Okay, I thought I had it up. If someone wants to go ahead, you may.
Okay, who else? Councilmember Ward.
Thank you. I move that ordinance number 2214 be adopted on the first reading and ordered published in full. And that a public hearing and second and final reading of ordinance number 2214 be scheduled for June 27th, 2023, as allowed by city council procedures and rules of order.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Delgadillo.
So seconded.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? No, don't see any. Okay, so seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2214. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski, Leslie,
He's left.
Lim,
Yes.
Marsh Wolshin,
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 8-1. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-74. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-74 by title?
Public hearing resolution number 2023-74, approving the Arista 36 planned unit development plan and Broomfield Urban Transit Village, filing number 23 Lot 1 final plat and site development plan. Item to be reviewed concurrently with item 15A.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
I move that resolution number 2023-74 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Delgadillo.
So seconded.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Marshall.
Mayor, figure I should probably address my other vote. I've been struggling with this one for a while. So when I read the memo, I appreciate the what you're bringing to the community. I do think that it is, I do understand where you're coming from as far as the needed space. I just don't know if it's a good fit in this particular location for our residents. We've heard almost unanimous residents' concerns about this particular project. And so I can't support it tonight. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaff.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the development team for bringing this forward. Thanks for staff for your work on this. This is a great project. This is a great location within a transit oriented community and a transit oriented corridor. So I love to see that there is going to be a high amount of workforce that's going to be coming to this location. Thank the development team and staff for working through some of the issues to mitigate those. Look forward to seeing this project come to fruition. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Henkel.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for being here tonight and coming back again with something that looks even better than before and listening to feedback. That's very important. You guys are very good at that. So although I am sad that we don't have the numbers that support a grocery store, I do hope that we get one in that area. I know you do too. In some sort of area in Arista. We do have some new income aligned apartments going up soon, and we're going to have a lot more density. Anyway, I would like to ask, just as you say that you're involved in bringing businesses there, if you would highlight to make sure, if you do have businesses that are in the tech world, if they could offer internships. Both of my kids, even at the age of 18 right now, my 18-year-old is doing orthopedic internship. He wants to be a PT. They offer to that in high school. And even my 14-year-old daughter, who's not even in high school yet, she will be this year, she was offered an internship at a veterinary clinic. And so I think it's just very important to utilize it as a space as well for teacher learning, because you talk about employment and it's very competitive. Let's let it be a source of high competitiveness also for internships too. So I think that would be the future of Broomfield. And I will support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
I just wanted to add to Councilmember Henkel, I agree that I appreciate your listening to the community and scaling it down substantially from the original proposal. I hope the residents will take note of that this is much less impactful perhaps than what was originally proposed. I appreciate it and hope you continue to take efforts to mitigate the impact on the neighbors, particularly looking really hard for occupants who will have a low impact, high wage, low noise effect in the community. I will tweak you on one thing that, because I keep saying this day in and day out, is landscape presentations that are 10 to 20 years in the future. No one on this council will be here when those trees are that tall, and probably 85% of the people living in that residency won't be there when the trees are that tall. So I think we need to be transparent and honest with people when we present these drawings, that they're going to be little saplings there for a good number of years, and that will not look quite what has been presented. But again, I will support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. A little bit more information to characterize my vote here. I want to open and say I would love to see a grocery store. While I'm not in Ward 1, I am actually 2 blocks away from this development, neighboring in Ward 2. And I can say that my husband and I complain bitterly about there not being a grocery store close by. I know that is anecdote, that is not data. But this is something that is frustrating in the area. Ultimately, though, my decision is.
Hold that thought, Councilmember. The 4-hour. You can mute it. But it's still going. We have this online comment system, y'all, and at the 4-hour mark, it just plays this tune. I mean, we can't prevent it. So my apologies. It'll be done soon. It's still imprinted in my brain from the pandemic when we were doing remote calls for everything.
The Mayor, while we're waiting, so anecdotally on the grocery store. So as Mr. O'Mine had indicated, generally it's about 10,000. It's not based on population, it's based on rooftops. And so we have about 1,900 units in Arista. So support a local little market.
A bodega.
I don't know why I said little market and my voice went up, little bitty fun market. I don't know why I said that way. But again, it's not just the foot traffic and the repeating weekly, right? 1,900. But Mr. Zepita's in the audience, and no one would want a little local market more, I think, than the Arista developer. And as Jeff had indicated, I don't think there's 6 months that goes by that Mr. Zepita and Mr. Weens are very eagerly approaching economic vitality, saying, is there any little cool, funky anything that would be able, even at like a snack version of something, right? Fresh food, fresh fruit,
farmer's market. So again, just managing the expectation, which is never fun, but 1,900 units, that litmus test is, it's tough to be able to have somebody want to go in there and be able to make a living at it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. This is helpful to characterize that as well. And yes, it would be obviously very nice to see something small. One thing we say is you should be able to buy a gallon of milk and some cereal close by, right? So that's one thing. And then ultimately, kind of my decision fell on the fact that I love the small businesses around the Arista development, and I want to see them thrive and do very well. And so I think it's very important to have a little extra traffic going in there to make sure that they remain vital for the future. But I'm definitely very empathetic to the concerns here, but that's ultimately what swayed my vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you. Like Councilmember Marsh Holshan, I've kind of hemmed and hawed as this came up, mostly because originally I didn't have enough information as to why we needed to change the variances for the EV charging, but I think some of those have been mitigated due to some issues at the state level is what I'll characterize it as. I appreciate that this type of development now seems to be drawing in different businesses than what previously we've associated with buildings of this nature. I know in Lafayette, they have I think they call it a bounce emporium or something like that. It's a giant bounce house in one of these buildings. I am still concerned about the lack of bike parking, especially given how close it is to a transit-oriented development. And with the parking being so close to a transit-oriented development, I think it's an excessive amount of parking, but I have no recourse on that. So the extra benefit that this will bring both to the city to help us cover the costs that are associated with residential development, since residential development does not pay its own way, along with what I hope the developer can bring in a variety of businesses that do significantly mitigate the amount of vehicular traffic, particularly the heavy duty vehicles. That is my reasoning for voting to approve this.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on this resolution number 2023-74. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Delgadillo,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
March Holshan,
No.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Thank you. That also passes 8-1. Next is the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of item 15A. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-75-UR by title?
15A, public hearing resolution number 2023-75-UR, approving the Broomfield Urban Transit Village filing number 23, Lot 1 Urban Renewal Site Plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Hinkle?
I move that resolution number 2023-75-UR be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Ward?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Hinkle?
Yeah, I spoke with Borough member Laura Mitchell today, and they said that they had no objections to the project. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Any other discussion? Look at me, just sorry. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Marsh Holshan,
No.
Mitchell, Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo.
Yes.
That also passes 8-1. There is another borough item later in the agenda, so borough will not yet be adjourned. So we are done with this. Thank you all so much for hanging in with us, and we welcome you to Broomfield. The next and final item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2204 relating to elections, write-in candidate affidavit. I'll now declare the public hearing open. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. And moving quickly into our next item, a second reading. Our city county clerk, Crystal Clemens, will do a brief highlight and then open it up for any questions. Ms. Clemens.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council members. Proposed ordinance number 2204 for consideration tonight will amend the write-in candidate affidavit deadline. Next slide, please. The current code states an affidavit of intent be filed by a write-in candidate 20 days before an election. This is after the Title I requirement to certify ballot content 60 days before an election. Next slide, please. Proposed ordinance 2204 will align the write-in candidate by affidavit deadline with the state write-in deadline, which is before the ballot certification deadline. In 2021, voters approved the implementation of ranked choice voting. The current code complicates the ranked choice voting because we are required to certify ballot content prior to the 20-day write-in candidate deadline. The proposed ordinance prevents write-in lines from being listed in a contest unless the clerk receives a certified write-in affidavit 64 days before an election. This allows us to prepare the ballot appropriately and eliminate the need for a ranked choice voting race when it is not required. Next slide, please. And that's our quick presentation tonight.
You win.
Less than 5. Woo.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
And we'll
Thank you,
take
Ms.
any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Clemens. Public comment, would anyone like to be heard on this? I lost my place in the script. I'm just winging it right now. Hold on. No public comment. Okay, then council, questions from council are next. I should know that by now. Who wants to go first? Any questions? No? Wow. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
I've been waiting. I'm just kind of wondering, I mean, it seems like it's easy to have just a write-in line, and at least in a typical election. You're saying that there's efficiencies because we're going to be doing ranked choice, hopefully going forward here, that if there's a write-in line, that makes it more difficult potentially?
It makes it right now with the way it is because we certify ballot content the 60 days before an election. So with the 20 days, we have to add, if we don't change it from the 20 days, we automatically have to add a write-in line to every race. So if you have 2 candidates that file, then we automatically add the write-in line. We automatically go to a ranked choice vote race.
And is that a problem? I'm just
It's an
wondering.
additional, right now, we would be looking at approximately $75,000 in cost for the ranked choice voting software that we have to utilize with the state.
If we have to already utilize it for, let's say, that there are 5 council elections and a mayor election, if we already had to do ranked choice voting in one of those, is there additional cost if we had to do it in another one as well?
No.
Okay, so there's only a cost savings is if no one is using ranked choice voting. If there's no ranked choice voting in any of the races.
Correct, on the cost. It just gives us the opportunity to certify our ballot content the way it should be, with that write-in deadline being the 64 days before the ballot
Yeah,
certification.
I get that. Just kind of figuring out why not always have a write-in. I don't know if there's why not? It seems like it's easy to me, but if someone wanted to write in, and anyone could just say, I want to have a write-in line, and then that's enough to require the write-in line.
I guess I would say if you're looking at it, that we have to add the write-in line, but if we get no official write-in candidate, then we have that write-in line, people's write stuff in, but we're not counting anything because there was no official write-in affidavit filed for a candidate.
They have to have an affidavit for it to count.
I know, this just all sounds so silly to me.
Did we ever have a write-in? I didn't mean to jump on you.
Yeah, no,
but did
it
we?
just sounds silly from the standpoint that if you're saying you're a write-in candidate, but you're giving your name, then you're basically putting your name on the ballot, right? I mean, this just sounds silly and stupid, but okay. I don't know. I don't want to make a big deal. This is late, but it just doesn't make sense to me.
All right.
I don't think
If
we've
I'm wrong,
ever
let
had
me
a
It's probably not that big of a deal.
write-in
That's why I don't
candidate.
want to make a big deal of it, but yeah.
You
But Ms.
don't, you're not a
Clemens, people-
candidate and you don't have to meet all the other candidate requirements. So
Okay,
it's a lot, it's later, it's a lot easier.
right, but you still have to name yourself.
You still have to name yourself in
Oh.
advance.
Oh, okay. So
Right.
you skip the petition process and all that.
Okay.
Yep. But you're right. You do, it's not like tomorrow
Yeah.
I decide I'm going to write your
Yeah,
name
I've
down.
always envisioned a write-in candidate meeting. There's an open line there and you can vote for anybody you want, and Mickey Mouse, I guess, is always the common example. So that's why it seems like this is easy to do, but okay. I'm not gonna make a big deal of it. It's not gonna be consequential one way or the other.
All right. Any other questions on the write-in change? All right, there being no further questions, the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2204 on second and final reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2204 by title?
11B, public hearing, ordinance number 2204, amending 04-06-010 of the Broomfield Municipal Code relating to elections. Write-in candidate affidavit, second and final reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion, Councilmember Marsh Holston?
That ordinance number, I move that ordinance number 2204 be adopted and on second and final reading in order published by title.
Can I have a second, Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Anderson.
Second.
Second, okay, is there any discussion? Okay, you've done with that, okay. Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward with the vote on ordinance number 2204. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Jezerski,
Oh, I guess to go first. Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Marsh Holston.
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo, Hinkle.
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Clemens, for tidying that up. The city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
I do. I have a short one. This evening, we heard a legislative update that included a summary of the firearm laws that were passed by the state. Council will recall, we have two ordinances that have been tabled and they're coming back to council for second reading on June 13th. That's the ordinance on a waiting period and an ordinance on age limits and training. Waiting period and training and age limits. When council postponed them, they asked about, they postponed them for the reason to see what the state does. Now, as staff gets ready for that second reading on June 13th, given the state's action on this matter, we are going to include a component to that staff memo of a motion to postpone indefinitely. And I just wanted to make sure I'm not asking you for your vote. We're still going to have the discussion on the 13th, but I just wanted to make sure that's in line with where council is thinking at this point, because it does change what the substance that's in the staff memo.
All right, so I'll open it up. Any comments on that? Any objections? Councilmember Marsh Holston.
Definitely agree with that on the age limit, because that's been fully covered by the state, but I'm not sure. I don't know what everyone else wants to do on the waiting period training.
Well, we'll find out. Any objections on that, though, to PI it as an option? postpone indefinitely?
So we'll write up the staff memo and we'll have the proper legislative document there. And you'll see in the staff memo, it'll have that as an option. And then an alternative, of course, is approving the ordinances, rejecting the ordinances and the other regular options. But this helps staff a lot as we get ready for that June 13th. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Thank you all. The city and county managers report is next. Ms. Hoffman, do you have a report?
Seldom do I have a report, but this is a testament to the number of department heads that listen to these meetings. So wanted to do 2 shout outs. I shared this with the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem last week. But our finance department received the Certificate of Achievement in Excellence for Financial Reporting, was just awarded to Broomfield. Both of these items that I'm going to briefly let you know about tonight, we are doing a community push. The mayor indicates that we need to celebrate our success. And so I'm working in that area. I don't do a lot of jazz hands, just kind of keep our heads down and we get the work done. But this is significant, and it's significant for our finance department. It's they have rebuilt over the last 4 years. Our department heads have been patient. And the team members in the finance department have done yeoman's work. So to have this recognition, it's the GFOA, Government Finance Officers Association of the United States. So to be awarded, there's many certificates that you can receive, and the highest one is the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence, which is what the city and county of Broomfield received. We're judged by an impartial panel to meet the high standards of the program, which demonstrates a constructive spirit of full disclosure, clearly communicating financial story motivated by potential users and users groups that read the report. So it's the highest form. The Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in the area of governmental accounting and financial reporting. Its attainment represents a significant accomplishments by government and its management. So really big shout out to CFO Richie, who continues to build this team. And that very same day, she was officially selected by the governor's office and reappointed. I don't know how highly competitive this is in the government sector world, but she sits on the advisory committee for governmental accounting to be able to guide and assist the state auditor for prescribing the classification of accounts, which I know it doesn't sound sexy, but it's critical. So we now have 3 employees that are asked to serve or competitively applied to serve on various governors' task force in a multidisciplinary. So big kudos there.
Awesome.
This is the 3rd year that Human Services, that our Department of Health of Human Services won the 22 Distinguished Performer, which is also the highest award that we've received. Prestigious award from the Colorado Human Services that we met the CSTAT goals. So it's the county facing dashboard. So that's in our family and children's for our turnaround time, our acknowledgement time, our intake time, and our access time, which is pretty significant. So big shout out to these teams that continue to do extra work under really difficult circumstances, and they just continue to shine. So 3 years in a running for the Financial Reporting Award, as well as for the CSTAT Award. So 3 really solid years under our belt, and looking forward to many more.
Thank you so much for sharing that.
Thank you.
That's really great. Please pass along our appreciation, and very proud of that. We did receive a legislative update earlier this evening, so we moved on. Now, we previously convened the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Item 15A was reviewed concurrently with item 11A. Tonight for the authority's consideration is proposed resolution number 2023-45-UR, terminating the management and operations agreement with the First Bank Center. The authority has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
So Jeff and I are gonna, well, I'm sorry, Mr. Romine. Brenda and Carl are both taking care unexpectedly of elderly parents. And we need them to focus on family first. So Jeff and I are going to go through this presentation. Jeff, I'll kick it over to you right after the history of operations, when we look at the 2 years of what we have been talking with staff, and then you can do the next steps. So as we know from the next slide, please. Prior council direction was closure of the venue, demolition of the building, and sale of that property. This is an unusual opportunity that we have. The property that the First Bank Center is on is owned by Broomfield. There's an adjacent property that's also owned by Broomfield. The total of those two pieces of property is 22 acres. It's a sweet spot, being on 36 transit-oriented development that is there, where we've all become accustomed to having the conversation about the decline in the number of shows and the financial impetus that it continues to bring to the city and county of Broomfield. We're not going to talk a lot about the parking structure. We know particularly for Ward 2 reps that live right there in Arista, there is a parking structure that is RTD portion of it financially responsible. Broomfield also has a bond with that parking structure. Tonight, we are only talking about the First Bank Center. As we move through this, you will see three different dates. And the reason for that, from the memo being different than the presentation, conversations up to today with Peak about when their proposed exit is going to be. Originally, the conversation was that we would go through the end of the year, December 31st, with some closeout shows. And then they would have 4 months to vacate, and the contract would actually officially end in the end of April. That has not come to fruition, those additional shows. So per their request, we will be ending the contract September 30th. There's 2 additional shows that are scheduled at this point, and then full vacating by November 30th. And we'll talk a little bit more about what full vacating means in just a moment. We're going to go over this pretty quickly. This is not new information for council. So the financial background of the event center opened in 2006. So while I say it's owned by CCOB, it really is, which is why you all are convened as the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Broomfield has 9 urban renewal authorities throughout the city and county of Broomfield. We constructed it for $45 million, financed through the issuance of about $60 million in bonds. The reason, if it was $45 million to be constructed, before any council members ask, why would you bond $60,000 when the venue costs $45 million? And that is, they wanted some cushion before the revenue was being generated, that they can continue to pay for the original amount of those bonds. Current outstanding bond balance right now is $34.2 million in principal only. By the time we get done paying this off, including the balloon payment in 2029, we will have paid a total of $135 million. Bond payments are to be repaid like anywhere else in the Urban Renewal Authority from the revenue that is generated in that urban renewal area. The urban renewal area is called the Wadsworth interchange, which essentially is Arista. Arista is now popping. The popping was expected to occur 12 years ago, 13 years ago. So when you're banking on something happening and it doesn't happen, somebody picks up the bond payments. So in 2020, it started to pay for the bond payments, not make money. We will continue to realize those bond payments through 2029 with the revenue that's being generated right now in Arista. You can see on the last bullet there, about $36 million was borrowed from 6 other URAs throughout CCOB, various amounts. We are not recommending that we repay ourselves that $36 million. Next slide, please. So again, we're not going to dig into the parking obligation. Suffices to say that the total Arista bond doesn't include the $10.5 million bond for the parking garage that we will continue to also be responsible for. The breakdown for the garage obligations are under that second bullet. History and current operations. This is it's only pertinent to say what originally was the building was designed to do never really met its full capacity from the very beginning. So there's been numerous iterations of what it could be, starting with sports. I remember it was super innovative at the time because you could have the floor go from a hockey rink to a basketball court to a concert venue within 72 hours. So it's not foreign to us now. It seems like it's just secondhand. But back then it was light years ahead of many other folks. The community will remember some, pretty hopping in shows there. 2009, we approved a management agreement with Peak Entertainment. They've been very good partners. It says a lot about not just from a COVID perspective, but from a level of professionalism. We haven't had complaints from a staff perspective or any other perspective for that matter, with regards to how they manage the operations. They, like everyone else, has been subject to what happened at COVID before and after and post. And meanwhile, you have really cool, hip, smaller venues either being redone, like the Bluebird, Gothic, and then smaller, intimate venues coming online, like Mission Ballroom. First Bank Center can't compete with cool, fresh venues from a concert perspective. We've had numerous amendments and conversations with Peak about what it looked like, how, when to extend, when not to extend. We extended in March to September of 2024, while we continued to have conversations about the what's next. What we didn't want to have happen for the community perspective is to pull the trigger on something. We know that we've had a lot of conversation about BTS and Safeway building. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of folks that draw parallels with First Bank Center and what's going to happen, particularly with the residents in the community up there, of how long it's going to sit vacant, and what does it look like to be repurposed? I'm not going to belabor the point that since it's the inception with underutilization, nor am I going to go through you all can, next slide, please. We know that in the last few years, it's become increasingly high risk for our PD. We've had one federal case and it involved the First Bank Center. And shoulder tapping our PD to have mandatory overtime is again, increasingly difficult, particularly with the strain and the stress that the PD is under. And some of the new legislation makes it even more high risk. So the declining number of shows and the types of shows increase the desire to be looking at doing something vastly different. So all of those things come together for the recommendation to move on. Jeff, do you want to go over the, it's on slide 7. It should be more than 2 years, quite frankly. It's, I mean, these conversations really started 4 years ago when the mayor and I very first started talking about having a debt policy and what that meant. And the biggest glaring bond outstanding debt that we had was the First Bank Center. So the creativity and innovation that we have explored has really been significant. Jeff and I have done a yeoman's job of really trying to create something that would be beneficial for the community, beneficial for the region, beneficial for Arista. And each one of those came to the same result. Mr. Romine, fill us in a little bit more on that exploration, please.
Yeah, and thank you, Manager Hoffman. I'm Jeff Romine, the fill-in candidate for Director of Economic Vitality and economist. I could spell it also, but no. In all seriousness, as Manager Hoffman has pointed out, this is actually the look at what could possibly go here has been going on for a number of years. It precedes the last 2 years or 4 years. But with intensity, we really have taken this on and reached out. So we did have conversations with CU as an example. We've had conversations with the developer for the Arista area to see if that was a possibility. We thought about other types of activities go in it and explored those with the outside real estate community to see what would make sense. In the end, it came back to the same thing, that it's a very unique building with a very unique set of purposes. And it'd be very difficult and incredibly expensive to retrofit into something different. And one of the things I would just emphasize on something that Manager Hoffman talked briefly about, which is that the URA, Wadsworth intersection URA has now begun to pay for the bond level, but that doesn't necessarily meets all of the financial obligations related to it. As noted within the quick slideshow, and as Manager Hoffman pointed out, there's some additional expenses. At the same time, there's some anticipated expenses related to the building itself that we would anticipate probably coming due in the next 3 years or 2 years in excess of $5 to $6 million. And then finally, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, there is a balloon payment at the end of this existing bond. So much like she talked about, we borrowed extra at the beginning to pay some of those early bills and those bond payments. There is a balloon payment at the end that's roughly $10 million. And so the question isn't, could the Wadsworth interchange generate enough money to pay the existing bond payment each year? It's could it cover the full expenses? And that's the conclusion that the team as a whole came to and recommended in working with Manager Hoffman. The other thing I would just add to it is, yes, Brenda and Carl have done yeoman's work on this, but there have been other people that have also been doing it, including Anna and Rachel and Manager Hoffman. She's been at this conversation almost every day in some cases where we've been having these conversations. Do you want me to go to the recommendation next steps?
You know, I primarily want to say, as we move on to these next steps, this is the very preliminary, so it will be in the news tomorrow. We have a communication plan that is ready to roll out. Our suggestion is that we stay with the same messaging, which is refer folks back to Julie's story. And the last, and you know, the piece I want to say too is we have budgeted for that balloon payment. So it's not a surprise to us. It is, again, it's a $10 million balloon payment. Sounds like 6.5 years is a lifetime away, but it is right around the corner, especially when we're talking about budgeting. We will be looking to refinance in 2024. Much like when you refinance your house, we're not taking cash out. And we're not changing the term, the limit. Part of the financial deal that is in place right now is the interest rates couldn't go lower than 5%. So in the past, when the interest rates were lower than 5%, the deal that was on the table precluded us from having that opportunity. So when we refinance, again, it's a clean slate of having the capabilities to be able to anticipate what the next 7 years may bring us financially and otherwise.
Real quick, when was it refinanced like that?
Nothing has happened since 2012.
2012.
Right, but in 2012, again, the thought process was who could have anticipated that the interest rates were going to be lower than 5%. So when we refinance, we want to be able to anticipate interest rates being 0 to whatever it is, right? So again, the time has come to rip the Band-Aid off and to get this paid off and to zero this out. And in the interim, what that means is working with folks that do this for a living, that can help us identify in the marketplace what a purchase of that building would look like, what would go, and I'm sorry, not that building, because we're demolishing that building, and all that comes with it. That is a huge endeavor. The demolition itself is not as significant as the construction and the contract in order to find folks that do that from beginning to end. And then we talk about repurposing from a sustainability perspective. Again, through Jeff, through Mr. Romine's contacts, he and I have been meeting with a firm that we are very grateful that we're going to continue to pursue through a consulting contract that does this for a living. They understand what they're doing, and they will help us design a marketing to find the right folks to purchase, develop, and build. I am confident, I'm going to go on record right now, which I don't do this often, that a year from now, we will either be through demolition or really close to being completed with demolition and having brought back a package to council about what we anticipate some options are that are going to be there. So we're feeling not cautiously optimistic, but very optimistic that we will be able to take that land and do something that will bring us into the future, that will make it viable and be a good fit for Arista, good fit for transit-oriented development, and a good fit to be right off of 36, having 250,000 cars a month pass by there. So again, it's we're in a unique position, particularly because we own that land. And there's a parking garage. And so I'm going to say it now too, because I know Mr. Weens is listening. We have a little bit of a disconnect on utilizing that parking garage, but I have asked him to keep an open mind about what that looks like from a marketing perspective. Mr. Romine, anything to add before we turn it over to council for questions?
Not at all. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thanks for that. Just trying to wrap my head around it. That's big. Public comments is next. Any member of the public? Maybe we do. No? Okay. Council questions. Who wants to go first? Councilmember Devidio.
Thank you, Mayor. This is all stuff we've been over before, but it's always helpful to get some reminders. How much money are we hemorrhaging every year from this, and kind of what are we doing by stopping the bleeding now, essentially?
So if the bond payments are about $4.5 million. So again, Arista beginning in 2020, which is really the council member, that's what gave us the flexibility to do something. Otherwise, we would have to go into the general fund to the tune of $4.5 million that we have had to do in the past. So up to 2020, that's why we were borrowing funds. And so I'm treading carefully here because whatever decisions were made prior to this leadership team's how to pay for it or where to borrow, they made the best decision at the time that they could. So we're just going to talk about what we're doing moving forward. So starting in 2020, the bond payment of 4.5. As Jeff had mentioned, there's additional funds. We're paying for the $10.5 million for the parking garage, which is in addition to the $135 million that we'll be finally paying off. Right now, we're paying about $800,000 for the other pieces. So when it's all, well, without getting into the weeds, having it go dark is not, we're not going to have to bear additional burdens that we're not already bearing simply because Arista is generating what we need for that big ticket item.
I could just add a quick,
Please.
Just for everybody's, and sometimes we do this, and I do this all the time in conversations. Borough owns the First Bank Center. City and County of Broomfield owns the 12 acres to the south that's on the other side of the Arista development, to the south side of development. Borough issued the bonds for that Ms. Hoffman's talking about. And so it's the borough debt, and the borough funds are what's paying that borough debt. So it's not coming out of the city's, it's not our bond obligation as the City and County of Broomfield. I know that's a nuance, but it's an important nuance sometimes to make sure. So this is related to a very specific project that has a very specific dedicated revenue source for it that was not meeting that level. But that's how the money was brought in with through those other URA areas that Ms. Hoffman talked about. Is that, I just want to make sure that everyone does understand, as you do like the road calls, there are two different organizations here. Manager Hoffman is the City and County Manager. She's also the Executive Director of Borough. So we sometimes have two
Super
hats.
fun.
We
Super
have
fun.
plenty of hats, just as you all do have 2 or 3 hats. You used to be the Department of Health and things like that. So that's, I just want to make sure that it's clear about that because that distinction does matter related to the debt.
Thank you for that. I should have referred to you then as Director Hoffman. So I apologize for that. Yes, Executive Hoffman. So then I guess a follow-up question here. How does this, what does this do to our credit rating then, knowing this distinction or our ability to borrow money or use leverage in the future? What sort of impact would this decision have, if any?
So if I could very briefly, it doesn't affect the City and County of Broomfield specifically, other than that additional subsidy that Director or Manager Hoffman was doing. Sorry, now I'm going to do this and I'm going to mess myself
Please
up.
don't.
Yeah. She yells at me when I've done this once before. So, but anyway, in all seriousness, the key is the City and County of Broomfield's debt isn't changing and will not be deteriorated because of anything here. looking at, and this is where Brenda's really been working hard, as well as some of the other folks that work with us on these things, is to make sure that we don't affect the borough ratings either. And so the key here is, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, was in 2020, the level of revenue being generated for borough from that particular URA area is now sufficient to cover that bond level of payment. So that's what holds it. And in preliminary conversations with the holder of those debts and the people that are providing that risk support, they actually feel this is a strong move and the smart move for us to do. The real underlying key here is it changes it from something that has a kind of a neutral to negative impact on the whole area into what we hope is going to be very strong development coming forward that will be generating revenue both for the city and county of Broomfield, as well as potentially borough, because the additional property tax and potentially sales tax will be generated from a new development to be coming there. Right now, that center does not produce property tax because it is publicly owned. Is that?
Yes, that's very helpful.
What Manager Hoffman has told me repeatedly is when somebody asks you the time, tell them the time. I'm trying to tell you the time with a little bit of the second hand too.
Yes, this is definitely helpful. And then a tiny bit of a history lesson as a reminder for all of us here. We have never broken even on this, so to speak. Is that the case?
I would say from a generalized point of view, that is true.
Okay, thank you. That's all
Yeah,
my
not
question.
only a generalized point of view, the answer is unequivocally no.
Okay,
There you
that's
go.
very helpful. Thank you. That's what I have. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff for all your work on this. I recall when I was elected in 2017, I was also somebody that was also elected in 2017 was former council member Liz Lovins, who coincidentally just got sworn in last night to the North Metro Fire District board yesterday. But she talked a lot about this and about the need to pay attention to the First Bank Center and to know that was going to be a big decision during even, I think it was her speech to council after her last day. She talked a lot about the First Bank Center and how we needed to keep our eye on it. So that's always been in the back of my brain. And here we are today. I think that this is a great first step. This is a needed step, and this is something that we have to do. As Manager Hoffman said, Band-Aid's got to be ripped off. We're ripping it off tonight. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to play devil's advocate for a minute. It hasn't generated, it's never broken even, but it is now starting to, the bond payments are being covered by the revenue, correct?
Correct.
And
So not the parking bonds.
right. So a question, the development we approved earlier, when that comes online, will that be part of this URA?
Yes, and yes.
So with the development ongoing, increasing in Arista, theoretically, we're going to get more revenues in the next few years. I know that development's going to take a few years to come online, but I guess the question for the public's sake, now that it's paying for its, now that the bond payments are being covered by the revenue, why can't we just keep looking for solutions to it? Why do we have to do something now?
That's council's decision.
There were other things too, Councilmember, in the presentation, the cost of the security, the policing,
Yeah, and so and so again, we're, from a staff perspective, that ship has sailed from our perspective because council's direction was to, sorry, so.
No, like I said, I'm playing devil's advocate. I support this decision tonight, and I think it's the right decision. I just want to make sure the public understands why we're doing everything that we're doing. So we've basically, you were saying is we've exhausted all avenues of being able to do anything with this now.
4 years worth.
Okay.
yeah, truly of working that problem. And what with the piece in the memo that we didn't get into on the we'd be looking at from an asset management perspective, similar to the Safeway roof being about 1.5 million. First Bank Center roof is and HVAC is about 5 to 6 million.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, the deferred maintenance on that money pit, we'll call it.
I agree with the rest of my colleagues. This is definitely the right decision.
And
tonight, so.
it's a hotbed of drug activity.
I got offered drugs when I went to a concert.
It is bad.
I did not take it, for the record.
Good for you. Okay, Obama. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So this is very sad for me. I mean, the First Bank Center, I've been to many great events there over the years. And I do think this was one of the few things really that made us unique in Broomfield and different than every other suburbia in the metro area. So this is going to be, it's going to be sad, if we tear this down. And I get the reasoning, the underutilization is very real. There hasn't been a good concert there in years, and it's like only a few dozen events that even take place there. Just want to clarify, though, that tonight we are just voting to terminate the contracts, right?
Correct.
So then the next steps, what are they?
Well, authorizing the, to give Peak the notice, knowing that as of November 30th, so their last show is going to access ends on November 30th. So we go dark on November 30th. So approving the end of that termination contract, and then us entering into negotiating for the sale of the property, the demolition of the property.
Okay, so those are things that are, what the future, I guess basically what the future holds for this space is still to be discussed.
Correct.
Tonight we're making the first decision, which is we are no longer, if it's approved, terminating the contract with the current company that puts on the shows.
The operator.
With the operator.
Correct.
And then their next decision is going to be, are we demolish? That's where it's going, but that has to be a discussion still, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
I'm going to ask a question a little further on next steps, because you said you've talked to a consultant already. So do you anticipate giving this consultant some parameters about,
Absolutely.
guardrails about what you want to see? Is it going to be residential? Is it going to be commercial? Is it going to be, what kind of, do you anticipate they're not going to have a free for all kind of?
No, and it's like anything else that we do here in Broomfield. It's a matrix approach. So there's a team of 16 of us that between finance, economic vitality, planning, engineering, legal, of course. Yeah, we don't do anything without legal. So yes, Councilmember Lim, the sky is not the limit. Having additional, having residential, it's really what the market bears, right? So it's an 11-acre parcel that we're hoping to turn quickly.
And then there's part of it that belongs to Broomfield and part of that belongs to Borough. So is this,
If I could,
this will be a piecemeal approval, or will one entity
Such a good question.
sell something to the other entity?
We don't know yet, but it allows us additional marketing when we're talking to that consultant, because it's not all together, right? So it's not a 22-acre parcel. It's you have the First Bank Center and then the other 12-acre parcel. So if they wanted to do, we just think it's an added value. So whether they took it as two parcels or just one, we don't know that yet.
Okay.
And I'll just comment to what we have heard from residents and emails and, anecdotally with hearing what the police have gone through at some of these events is just appalling. And I really, from besides the financial reasons, I find this objectionable to continue this as these events have been going. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I have just kind of a follow-up question on ownership of parcels. There also a tertiary parcel in the Arista neighborhood that is used strictly for overflow parking? And who owns that parcel? And what happens with that parcel once this contract is terminated and we start moving forward with whatever happens at the event center itself?
That's a great question. And Mr. Zepeda is remaining in the audience because obviously Arista is very interested in what happens there. You want to come and talk a little bit, just briefly about that, Joe? Thank you.
And just for a frame of reference, could
Sure.
you note where that parcel itself is located in Arista?
Mayor and council and staff, Joe Zepeda, Senior Project Manager for the Arista Development. The parcel you're referring to is what we know as Parcel E. That's located, it's 5 acres plus or minus right across the street from the Alak Hotel. We own that parcel. Currently, we have given you a license to use that strictly for overflow parking. And the agreement currently says that if the event center stops operating, that easement goes away. So you will not have use of that once the event center goes dark.
Okay, wonderful. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor. These are great questions that council members are presenting here tonight. I'm wondering if this will push us eventually over that 1900 rooftop mark in the area. Not really sure. Just poking at the bear here a little bit. I just have a question about, I also sort of echo the sadness that I feel about this just because of it is such an iconic place and it's something that you just can't miss as you're driving along that highway. So I'm curious as to how staff has thought about the communication piece of this and how we're really going to communicate this to the public, because this is such an iconic place to be. And it's sad that we don't have the amount of higher level talent possibly that could come there. I know that, I've given away some tickets to some people who can't really afford to do anything in town and they've actually enjoyed the events there. So I would like to just know, what that communication piece might look like and if staff has discussed that.
We absolutely have. And from a package perspective, and the difficulty of and Ms. Story's here. Thank you, Ms. Story, as she makes her way down. Again, not knowing what comes next is, it's like the 7 stages of grief that folks, particularly kind of in the heyday, right? To Council Mayor Pro Tem's point of the benefit of having it not been in its heyday for about 7 years now, the majority of residents that are there don't remember the heyday. And a lot of the residents don't remember what it was like when it was, really swinging. That doesn't diminish the loss of a community amenity. That said, from a communications perspective, again, we rewrote that memo, Councilmember Hinkle, probably 6 times, so that there was a historical perspective that wasn't in any way finger pointing of what they thought was going to work and it didn't work. And where we are now financially and how we're going to get out of it and what's next. Having another community an amenity in that site is not something that we would recommend. And so from a marketing perspective, really capitalizing, to your point, on, it's on 36. That is a sweet spot. It is a juicy spot. And particularly when having that parking structure there and possibly another CCOB parcel of 12 acres. So again, the opportunities, I don't want to say are limitless, because again, that's going to be a very expensive development there. And finding the right ones, not necessarily, we're not recommending a partnership, but really, being able to navigate and negotiate, because we, Borough owns that property and we own the subsequent property. It does give us more flexibility than we would otherwise have with who we want to develop that. But we do need it to make money. Ms. Story, will you briefly tell us what the communication package looks like, please?
So the one thing I can say, right, oh, sorry, Julie Story, Director of Communications, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. We've only just begun, right, on the communication for this. I think the big piece of it that we want to make sure, I think just as Director Hoffman was mentioning, is that there is going to be some grief in the community, and we have to give space for that. So we want to make sure that we are in the forefront with our information that we are providing to the community, keeping them updated as to what is going on with the site. And we look at all of those different milestones as we're getting into the project, so that we can, again, message out, let them know what's happening and where they can find all of the information, be involved at whatever level of participation that is decided.
Great. Thank you for your information. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Cohen.
I think my questions have been addressed for the most part. The only thing I wanted to ask, you mentioned US 36 as a sweet spot. The scenario is we would sell Prudential, most likely, correct? We wouldn't develop anything, and the value of that property is probably in the multi-millions. So the scenario going forward is that we stop pouring money on the fire. We can get out of our financial obligations and provide a new development that could answer some demands in the community.
Well put, Councilmember Cohen.
And lastly, if anybody's been to Mission Ballroom or the refreshed Fillmore, you can see what we're up against, that the competition has outstripped First Bank in terms of amenities, and it would take a lot to bring it up to that level. So.
Mayor, I think one of the prerequisites, though, that we should have, and this is kind of tongue in cheek, but not really tongue in cheek, Jeff, Marsick's Fine Foods in the bottom of whatever it is that's there.
I have talked to Pete several times about Broomfield and Arista development, and at the time he was working on the Westminster site.
There you go.
But that is somebody that I worked with in Denver and helped him there, and was hoping he would come up here to Broomfield. So he's one. We have looked at somebody out of Boulder also, and just trying to think through who might be that kind of first level person or company.
Great. Okay. Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, so all of my questions have really been answered except for one. Somebody asked me this question when the memo came out, was the naming rights part, and how did it become First Bank Center? Is there any obligation remaining there? And I appreciate our Mayor Pro Tem's comment that this is only, the first step is just the termination of the contract, but that's my only other question.
It's much like Mile High. Whoever pays for it, they get a box. And I think it was 500,000.
Yeah, so Peak owns Peak owns that is part of their, and so the naming right is not our obligation to refund or do something else. It's something that was part of those agreements. We asked that very specific question 6 months ago, 9 months ago, and Carl, who knows so much about so many of these things, really was able to dig in and answer that question specifically. So we have no liabilities related to that, is our understanding.
All right. Well, any other questions from council? Will the clerk, next is the authority's consideration of proposed resolution number 2023-45-UR. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2023-45-UR by title?
15B, resolution number 2023-45-UR, terminating the management and operations agreement with the First Bank Center.
Thank you. Is there a
Mayor,
motion?
Mayor, before we get a motion, Curtis, can you put up that document on the screen? We have a modified version that we want council to consider with the change in date that Jennifer, that Director Hoffman and Mr. Romine referenced. If you can make that bigger, please, Curtis, to where that red language is. When we drafted this so we could get it to publication, we were operating on the April date. As Ms. Hoffman explained, that has changed to now being a November 30th, 2023. So we wanted to make that modification on the resolution. And if that
All right, well,
modification.
now we have to have another round of discussion.
No.
We should have had that before.
This,
Just
well, it was-
kidding.
Oh, okay. It was in the presentation.
Just kidding.
Oh,
But look, see, Councilmember Ward. Oh, good,
yeah, so-
okay.
So the motion, so what you would be approving is this resolution. The borough would be approving this resolution with the modification.
Okay, good. Motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution.
Do I have to
number
say as amended?
2023
Okay, sorry, go ahead. Okay, good.
I
So,
move that resolution number 2023-45-UR be adopted.
thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Cohen.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Nope. Okay. So will the clerk please call the roll? No, I'm just kidding. Did you really want to discuss? I don't want to deny anybody their opportunity.
I just wanted to say one thing on
Of
the
course,
record.
I'm really kidding.
Right. So 2 points. One is no shade and no blame, regardless of how this was decided. We need to make the best decision now. And I'm very happy to hear that we will not be falling for the sunk cost fallacy tonight. And then the other thing I would like to say is that anecdotally, I've only gone to Taste at Broomfield at the First Bank Center. However, I visit my local Arista businesses at least once a week. My hairdresser, my esthetician, my spot to pick up some wine, and basically every single one of my favorite restaurants are there. And in my opinion, that is what makes the development really wonderful.
Oh, well said, Councilmember. Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Henkel.
I just now want to live where she lives. Because that sounds amazing. That is all. Thanks.
She really did sell it. Any other discussion? Not seeing any. All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Lim,
Yes.
Marsh Holston.
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Delgadillo,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski.
Thank you. That
But
passes
we-
unanimously.
I know, weren't we calling the borough members too? They're absent, but Mitchell,
Mitchell.
it's just Mitchell and we're vacant on the other one. Yeah, so just Mitchell.
Oh, we're gonna get another fire person. Okay. And I'm lost now. So did you finish? Okay, so there's two, or it's just a UR, right?
Yeah, there was just one resolution.
Okay,
You're
so you
done.
were just correcting them. Okay, so it still passed unanimously. All right, seeing there's no further business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, the meeting is adjourned. There is no business before the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening, and there are no special reports or requests for future action this evening. Concluding the items on the agenda. Is there any other business to come before the council? There being no further business, the council meeting is adjourned. Thank you.